Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending our Planning Commission meeting tonight. I call this meeting to order at 6 p.m. Madam Chair, can you please call roll?
Commissioner Knighton?
Here.
Commissioner Ramirez?
Here.
Commissioner Thomas?
Here.
Vice Chair Holler?
Here.
Chair Madrid?
Here. Okay, who do we have here? Who do we have? Let me see. Sir, could you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, so there are no presentations. Are there, Chair, actually, Madam, is there any modifications to the agenda?
There are none.
Okay. Can I ask the Planning Commission for an all in favor to approve the agenda?
Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the agenda is approved. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak on non-agenda items?
I do have one request to speak. Brian Hawley.
All right, Brian. Welcome. Good, how are you? Yeah, I've seen you for a while, man.
Tonight I come here to everybody. Thank you all for listening to me. The senior community on mostly the west side of the freeway has real concerns about truck traffic in the next 4 to 6 years when things are going to be built. A lot of the truck traffic, and we know all what this pertains to, is going to go up and over onto Ethonac, onto the 215. But you know full well that every truck driver alive is going to be on his GPS looking for the shortest distance that he can get to the 215 or the 15 freeway. And when it comes to Ethonac and the dog leg at Home Depot over there, I guess you call it Barnett, we still call it Sun City Boulevard. Anybody can name it what it is. But it's going to be a mess as truck drivers try to get on. It's going to be a giant clog. Anybody that's been up the 215 freeway lately, you look at anything from Harley Knox, anywhere over there, all the truck traffic that's trying to get on and off the freeway to get to their designations. The only other way for these trucks to go is down Sun City Boulevard to McCall and beyond. Or they can go up Ethonac, hang a left, go south on Murrieta Road, and try to cut across on Railroad Canyon. I know that they're going to run into a lot of troubles with police departments around, and I'm asking tonight, and I will ask over and over again, for the city council and you guys to make sure that there is something of not just the signage, but I know the Menifee Police Department will really do a lot for enforcement of taking care of this. The roads can't stand it, and getting tangled up with the bad drivers that we have in Sun City. I remember a long time ago at Stater Brothers, they had a thing that went around your license plate. It said, "Pray for me, I drive in Sun City." And it's still that way to this day. Golf carts don't tangle well with trucks. Trucks don't do good on our roads because I'm sure when Del Webb and the county put them in, they didn't put them into the standards of today. So I'm here just today, 4, 3, 2, 1, is to ask, please watch over that for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Madam Chair, any more speakers?
Not on non-agenda.
So just as a disclaimer to that, I want to read this public statement. What we just heard from Brian Hawley was not the time for members of the public to address the commission about items which are not listed on the agenda. The Ralph M. Brown Act limits the commission's ability to respond to comments on non-agendized matters at the time such comments are made. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes on any single item. And there are no further speakers, so let's move on to the approval of the minutes. There's one set of minutes for the Planning Commission's approval. Does the Planning Commission have any modifications? No? Could I ask Planning Commission for all in favor to approve the April 23rd, 25 minutes?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. There are no consent calendar items. For public hearings, before we begin the public hearing, I'd like to briefly explain the procedures. Following the staff presentation and any questions from the commission, I will open the public hearing. The applicant will then have an opportunity to speak, followed by members of the audience who wish to address the commission. Each speaker will be given up to 3 uninterrupted minutes to provide their comments. Please note that the commission will not be able to respond to comments or questions posed during the public comment portion, but may raise questions or issues with staff or the applicant after the public hearing is closed. Okay, I want to make another disclaimer. So we're going on to item 9.1, Catalina. Michael Knighton and myself, in obedience with the Brown Act, we met with the applicant to go over their project at a lunch meeting about 6 weeks ago. You want to speak, Michael?
You're accurate.
Okay, okay. So this is item 9.1. Could the acting community development director please introduce the item?
Chairman Madrid, thank you. The item will be presented by Russell Brown. There's a lot of history with this project, almost 20 years of history, so he will try to condense that to a few minutes. So.
All right, thank you, Orlando, and good evening, Chair Madrid and commissioners.
Evening.
All right, so as previously mentioned, the item before you tonight is related to the previously approved Cantilena specific plan, and it consists of tentative track map 38372, tentative track map 38682, and plot plan PLN 22-0202. So the Cantilena project site is located in the southeastern quadrant of the city, if you will, east of Interstate 215 and Antelope Road, north of Scott Road, south of Garbani Road, and west of Haliblian and Menifee Road. The site is currently vacant and consists of approximately 159 acres. So again, as Orlando mentioned, there's quite a bit of history with this project. Again, as I'm going through the presentation, if you want to stop me at any time and ask some questions, feel free to do so. If not, we'll be available for questions at the end. But if you want me to elaborate on a certain section, I can definitely do so, but I tried to abbreviate this as much as possible. But in February 2006, the Cantilena EIR and the specific plan was approved by the county. In June of that year, a tentative parcel map number 33739 was also approved by the county, and that essentially approved, that divided the Cantilena specific plan into 6 large parcels. That was actually recorded, that map was recorded in December of 2023. In November 2007, tentative track map 33732 was approved by the county, and there's more, I'll provide some more insight regarding that map on future slides here. In June 2020, an addendum to the SP EIR was approved, as well as several time extensions for that underlying map. The purpose of the addendum was to clarify existing regulations and mitigation measures as they related to biological concerns on site, and that was completed in 2020. In March 2022, the city received the official application for the 2 track maps and the plot plan that's before us tonight. And last month, April 2025, the project did go before the Parks, Rec, and Trails Commission for recommendation. And that brings us here tonight, May 2025, for the Planning Commission. So again, the property is located, it is the Cantilena specific plan. So it's all 158 acres there, SP number 334 as approved by the County of Riverside in 2006. Properties to the west are zoned Economic Development Corridor, Community Core. Properties to the south are zoned RR1. Properties to the north are zoned LDR2. And properties to the east are zoned a combination of RR2, which is rural residential 2-acre minimum, and the LDR1 there on the south. It should be noted that the applicant, the project as proposed, does not contain any sort of specific plan or general plan amendments. The maps as being proposed, and as we'll go into future slides here, are consistent with what was previously approved in the specific plan. And again, we'll go over that in more detail here in these upcoming slides. So again, a bit more history on the land use map as was approved in the specific plan and as is active and effective, applicable today. The SP was approved consisting of 10 planning areas, 7 of which are residential. There's a school site, a park, and a large drainage channel that runs through, I guess, meanders through the SP. The table on the right there shows each planning area, shows the land use category of each, the acreage, the size of it, as well as the number of dwelling units that is approved in the specific plan. So the key number here is in the lower right corner there is 935 units. So the specific plan was approved for 935 units. The maps that are before you tonight still fall within that 935. There's no plus or minus. And I guess it should also note there that the school site, there is an option that if a school district does not wish to purchase the school site, that can be essentially turned into additional residential units. Again, I think the applicant, when they give their presentation, can elaborate on this a little bit further, but I believe the intent is to reserve that for the school district. I don't think they have any immediate plans to purchase it, but I think they would like to have it reserved as the school. But again, we can have the applicant elaborate on that a little bit further, but that could potentially be an additional 144 units in that site. But again, that's not part of why we're here tonight. That's just some background on the SP there. So again, there was a tentative track map that was approved in 2007, and that's tentative track map 33732. The tentative track map is still active today. The applicant is actually processing some final engineering plans for 2 of the planning areas, which is planning area 1 and planning area 8. The tentative track map includes 94 acres of the entire 158 acres within this specific plan. The approved map was for 296 more traditional single-family lots that range in size from 5,000 square feet up to 10,000 square feet or so. And it also includes the large, nearly 14-acre park. And again, that map is still active today, even for the planning areas, I guess for 1, 2, 7, and 8. The following slides, as I'll go into further detail here, is they're essentially kind of remapping a couple of the planning areas, if you will. So, and this is what obviously brings us before the Planning Commission tonight, is what they're proposing, which is essentially 2 new track maps to replace what was previously approved in planning areas 2 and 7. Tentative track map 38682 encompasses planning area 7 there on the right side of the screen, which is heading in the northern direction. That's along Garbani Road there and Halablian Road. And this consists of 105 units. And then the other track map is 38372. That's closer to Scott Road on the left side of the screen or to the south, which covers planning areas 2 and 3 and consists of 135 and 154 units respectively. The proposed project also consists of a major plot plan application for the multifamily portion of planning area 3. So the SP was approved to allow for transfer of dwelling units from one planning area to another. The SP actually states, as it's on the screen there, in order to allow for density flexibility and residential diversity, the transfer of dwelling units from one planning area to another within the specific plan may be approved as part of the original SP approval or as part of a tentative map approval process, and that's essentially what we're doing here tonight. An increase in dwelling units in one planning area must always be accompanied by a corresponding decrease in dwelling units in another planning area. And the table, I guess on the bottom half of the slide there, summarizes the larger table on the right. But let's see, I guess the columns all the way on the left indicates the planning area. Column number 2 indicates a unit range that's approved in the specific plan. The third column over identifies a number that was the target number in the specific plan. The fourth column over is the proposed units, so that's what's being proposed tonight. And then the last column is the difference of the two. So again, the big highlights would be planning areas 2 and planning area 7. They're increasing in residential units. However, that's accompanied by a decrease in residential units in another planning area. The overall approved units and the proposed units still at the 935 mark for obviously a difference of 0. So to get into a little bit more specifics on the individual planning areas and what's being proposed, I guess before I tap into that, I guess we'll continue with the comparison. So the image on the left shows the conceptual site plan of what was approved with that prior map, 38372, or I'm sorry, 33732. And that was the 83 units of more the traditional single-family home on approximately 5,000 to 6,000 square foot lots. The image in the middle is the 135 unit conceptual site plan as proposed. When the specific plan, I apologize, I keep saying SP, but when the specific plan or SP was approved, there was some consideration for the adjacency of the rural residential area. So as was approved in the specific plan on the left and on the right, there are larger lot sizes along Scott Road, which would be on the bottom side of the screen, which are the 10,000 square foot lots. And then there's an additional setback area buffer along the right side of the screen adjacent to Halablian Road to provide an additional buffer from some of the more rural residential lots to the east. The conceptual site plan, as you can see there, is a change in, I guess, residential housing type. It's more of it's a motor court, typical motor court design that we're commonly seeing here in the city. Your 24-foot drive aisles with your 10-foot separation between the different buildings and a 10-foot rear yard setback. The project also includes a couple different pocket parks, as you see on the slide there, as well as a bocce ball court with some additional guest parking. There is full access driveways to the adjacent planning areas, which is the planning area 3, as indicated by the blue stars. And there's some pedestrian connections to those planning areas as well. One of the, in reading through the 20-year-old specific plan, it was pretty evident that the way it was drafted, there was a strong importance on connectivity and walkability within the specific plan. So there's lots of trails, sidewalks along all the major roadways, but also internally. There's paseos that connect all the various planning areas. So planning area 7, which is the more northern tract adjacent to Garbani Road. Similar to the prior slide, as shown on the left here, was more 70 units of more of the traditional 5,000 to 6,000 square foot traditional single-family residential lots. As you'll see on the right side, again, it's the motor court design. The project also includes, similar to the other tract, a couple pocket parks scattered throughout. And again, this is in addition to the large 14-acre park that's more centrally located, but these are more obviously accessible to the residents in the immediate vicinity, including turf areas, shade structures, benches. And then also, as you can see on the slide, there's the pedestrian connection points that are being proposed. The one on the right side of the screen is a direct access connection for pedestrians to Halablian Road. And then the one on the southern side of the screen is it connects to that lower planning area, another residential area, planning area 7-8, or planning area 8. And it's a paseo that connects you all the way down to the main park. So again, as I previously touched on, the specific plan does have certain requirements for the edge conditions. Obviously, some of the surrounding properties to the east as well as to the south are more rural in nature. So the way this specific plan, again, was previously approved in 2006, it was approved with 10,000 square foot minimum lots along Scott Road, as well as 10,000 square foot minimum lot sizes along Halablian Road in planning area 7 there. The approved underlying map has those minimum lot sizes. That is also consistent with the proposal that's before you tonight. The project applicant and their team designed their project to mirror that. In addition, there's the 20-foot setback in planning area 2 along Halablian, opposed to a standard 10-foot rear yard setback elsewhere in the tract. So there is some additional buffering. So planning area 3 is the major plot plan application is for the multifamily component of the project, which is within planning area 3, and that consists of the 154 units. There's more centrally located is the pool area and restroom building. In the northeastern corner is approximate 11,000 square foot dog park area, as well as turf area. And then additionally, the project consists of 404 parking stalls. Each individual unit has their own enclosed parking garage, and then there's additional guest parking scattered throughout. The project includes, again, as previously mentioned, pedestrian connections. So to the north, or on the top side of the slide, it would be the future school site. So as you can see by the red stars, there's some pedestrian connection that would allow for easy access to the school for nearby residents here. And then connection to that planning area 2 to the east. The blue stars indicate full access driveways. So the site does include 2 full access driveways, which allows for the increased, more efficient circulation. And then just briefly, the floor plans of what's being proposed. So there's a total of 14 buildings. Those buildings are comprised of kind of 2 product types, if you will. It's the, 14 buildings, but also the product type on the left is the first floor plan. It includes 14 units, residential dwelling units per building. Also, there's kind of the half plan, which includes 7 units per building. The dwelling units within range from 1 bedroom, 1 bath, approximately 1,100 square feet with the garage, to 3 bedrooms and 2.5 bath, almost 2,400 square feet. So the architectural design guidelines presented in this specific plan provide a general framework for the quality and character of the built environment expected within the Cantilena development. The guidelines are intended to ensure a consistent level of quality design that accommodates the emerging architectural trends and also supports the green building practices. So questions have come up regarding kind of the architectural theme or style that's being proposed of the project. So there are guidelines that were already approved 20 years ago within the SP, and it's more of a Tuscan or Mediterranean theme, and that's what's being proposed within Planning Area 3, the multifamily component. So it's consistent, or it consists of two French country-inspired architectural styles for each building type, as well as two color variations as well. The elevations will incorporate a combination of full-height stone and stucco, decorative gable roof siding with exposed brackets and braces, and detailed window and patio openings, arched entryways. In addition to all this, the homes will have decorative garage doors, decorative lighting, and finishes unique to the two architectural styles. Oops. I guess we can keep going. I guess one more thing to note is, so because the major plot plan application was required for the multifamily portion of the project, that's why we have the building elevations for the Planning Area 3. We don't require building elevations for the planning areas 2 and 7, as they're more the traditional, standalone single-family development. So they will have to come back in, and staff will review the building elevations for planning areas 2 and 7 at an administrative level. Staff will review and make sure that they are consistent with the themes there that are identified in the specific plan. So that's why we don't have slides showing that. I guess jumping ahead to the park within Planning Area 9. So the specific plan included a conceptual park plan. However, because the two new maps are being proposed and the conceptual plan was approved, in 2006, prior to cityhood, we thought it best to take the project we wanted to take the project to the PRTC for their recommendation and get feedback from city members. There were again 2 options were proposed to the PRTC last month. The image on the left there was the image directly out of the specific plan. It's got 2 ball fields. It's got the community rec building similar to what's being proposed in option 2. The project the project applicant and their team worked quite a bit with planning staff as well as with our community services department to come up with the design for the track. So as you likely know, we don't have any other facility like this in the city, at least open to the public. There could be a couple schools that have it, but again, not necessarily open to the public. So the project applicant, they, at the kind of direction and suggestions of the community services department, put together the concept there on the right, which includes that 8-lane track with a multi-use turf field in the center, natural grass. Either design includes a 16,500 square foot community building, and option 2 includes the 139 on-site parking spaces, and of course there's additional street parking along via Toscana there to the north that could support any sort of overflow parking. The PRTC had some questions of the applicant, but they ultimately ended up agreeing and voting on option 2, the option with the track, and recommended that as approval to the Planning Commission tonight as a vote of 5-0. And again, this is just a conceptual elevation of that community center building. The project applicant will have to come back in with a minor plot plan application for any sort of programming of the community center, but as proposed, again, conceptual in nature, it includes the telescopic bleachers, restrooms, concession stand, as well as offices. The restrooms will be accessible to members or of the public that use the track. They're not locked. They're not locked. If the gym's closed, they're still open to the public. So then getting into the CEQA review, the environmental review. So again, in February 2006, the county approved a Catalina specific plan and certified EIR number 463 for the project. Also approved the MMRP as well, the Mitigation and Monitoring Reporting Program. In December 2007, a minor addendum was done for some technical cleanup to the EIR. In June 2020, the city approved addendum number 2 to the EIR, and again, that was to clarify some existing ongoing biological concerns that are taking place on site. And then obviously there's, based on what's being proposed as part of the project, all of that has already been analyzed in the existing EIR, and therefore with the conditions of approval and with the approval and adoption of the mitigating with the MMRP, no additional CEQA analysis is required. It's been addressed adequately in the EIR. And so staff's recommendation tonight is to determine the 2 track maps, tentative track map 38372 and tentative track map 38682, as well as the major plot plan, PLN 22-0202, make the determination that they do not require any additional CEQA analysis, and direct staff to file the NOE, Notice of Exemption. Second would be to adopt a resolution approving the tentative track map and plot plan. And then, I guess, let me rephrase that. So number 2 would be adopt a resolution approving tentative track map 38372 and plot plan number PLN 22-0202. And a second and third action would be to adopt a resolution approving tentative track map 38682 for the Catalina project. And I guess quickly, we did receive a couple comment letters on the project. Again, unrelated to CEQA, but just more concerns. One of them was from James Wong. He had questions about drainage, fire, and traffic. We met with Mr. Wong on Monday afternoon, and we feel we addressed most of his comments and concerns. And then this afternoon, we received an email from a Ms. Renfro. She had questions and comments about traffic, and then we received a comment from Valleywide with questions on maintenance for the parks. And so that completes staff's presentation. We're available if you have any comments or questions. The project applicant and their team is available as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Senior Planner Brown. Commission, do we have any comments for staff? Chris?
Just have one question on the park with the track and field and all that. Is that fully the construction and being funded by the developer, the full construction cost?
It is, yes. It is correct.
Ivan?
I'll go ahead and ask. First of all, you did a great job on the presentation. There's a lot of moving parts over the years, and I don't necessarily have a question, but I do want to recap some of those things just to make sure that everyone understands what's going on. So the specific plan was approved back in 2006, I believe, along with certification of an EIR, maybe in 07, 2 addendums, 2 other environmental documents. So the actions that are contemplated this evening are really, and I'm gonna use phrasing that's not technically correct, but just for ease of communication. So we're really talking about some of the parts and pieces inside. So the total number of units that were approved back in '06 was 930 something. And the total number of units that are being considered today are 930 something, right? There's no change
Correct.
in that. And that specific plan was still in force.
That is correct. That is
So-
correct.
So the actions that, again, are being contemplated are just related, I know it's not technically correct, forgive me for putting it this way, it's just a couple of parts and pieces. To be more technically correct, on 3 of the planning areas, we're looking at different tentative track maps, but it's just parts and pieces, no additional units. That ship sailed years ago. That is correct.
That is correct. That is correct. Yeah, to match your verbiage, they're kind of shifting around some internal lot lines is basically what they're doing. The overall parameters are not changing. There's no additional improvements as they're required of this project. You are correct. These are essentially implementing maps of what was already approved by the county. Correct.
And those are subject to our, comments and review this evening, but the overall specific plan, number of units, that's not. So that's really what I wanted to clarify. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Holler. Commissioner Ramirez, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you. How has the project incorporated updated wildfire risks, flood hazard zones, and emergency evacuation standards from the revised safety element?
Well, again, the specific plan was approved in 2006 before, the city's general plan was in effect. However, in reviewing the new maps, they were reviewed against, all the latest codes and regulations that would apply to the project. So for example, as many of you may know, there's new fire maps that came out. And so we did review that. Our fire marshal's office did review the project against that. We did notice that the project may have not originally been in one of the fire zones. The project now is, a very small corner of it is within, the fire zone. However, the project has been conditioned accordingly. One of the entire planning areas now meets the more stringent and, updated standards for construction. So, we have reviewed it against the fire map. That's an example. Obviously, the California building code and fire codes are constantly being upgraded. So when they do submit their construction plans for the houses, they'll be, reviewed with the latest, Cal Green requirements for earthquake. So.
Thank you. And I also want to ask if it also has incorporated the most up-to-date traffic circulations.
Yeah, so a traffic report was originally done with the original EIR, so pre-2006. We did receive an updated traffic report in 2022, and to incorporate and to make adjustments based on, how Menifee as well as surrounding cities have been expanding. So correct. So we do have an updated traffic report as of 2022.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramirez. I'm sure the applicant will want to expound on those questions when he comes up. Commissioner Knighton.
Mr. Brown, thanks for the presentation. Back talking about infrastructure, can you please explain how the applicant's going to be taking care of the additional need for traffic signals, things like that, especially with the Garbani interchange and Scott Road interchange and the impact these 935 homes are going to have on that in regards to like tump fees, diff, RBBDs, plus the signals they got to put in, road widenings, the paving of the road to the east. Can you explain all that, please?
I will hand it over to someone who can, absolutely. Chris?
Hi, good evening. Chris Herron, Associate Engineer with Land Development. So as part of the specific plan and the underlying tract map conditions, the original map, they are required to install certain traffic signal improvements associated with occupancy dwelling. So Prior to the first dwelling unit, for example, they're putting in signals at Scott Road and Via Toscana, also known as Via Cantilena. Prior to the 501st dwelling unit, they're responsible for a traffic signal at Palomar and Garbani. And then prior to the 901st dwelling unit, they're required to put a traffic signal at Scott Road and Bellamy, also known as Haliblian Road. That's just a few of them. They also have other signal improvement requirements. However, a lot of these ones, since the original conditions were written, have already been installed. For example, Scott and Antelope, and signals at the 215 ramps.
And what about the additional fees and things like that they need to pay?
Yes, yeah, they would still be responsible for the TUMP fees and the RBBD's fees
So they're
associated
gonna
with
be
it.
contributing-
They are part of the CFD 05-8 annexation, which was the original CFD annexation for the site. So I believe they are able to file an agreement with WRCOG in regards to the cost of those TUMP fees, and perhaps they can expand a little bit on that one, but they are part of that CFD, and they are still responsible for those necessary occupancy fees.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chris. I have no further questions, but I want to commend staff on an excellent job. Thank you. And so if there's no further questions from commission, okay, I'll open the public hearing at 6:41 p.m. Madam Clerk, can you confirm that the item was legally noticed and if any correspondence has been received?
Yes, it was legally noticed, and the correspondence is in your folders.
Okay, thank you. So now I'd like to invite the applicant to the podium to speak.
IT, if we can get the applicant's presentation up, please.
Hey, Brian.
Hello, Chairman Madrid, members of the Planning Commission. Thank you very much. While we're bringing up the presentation, just a little bit of introduction. Brian Hardy with Richland Communities.
Brian.
We have a few other projects here in the city as well, like Golden Meadows project and another project up in the Menifee North specific plan. We've been a long time working in the city of Menifee, and even before it was a city, in fact. Russell's probably sick of hearing me tell this story. Maybe if we're successful tonight, you won't have to hear it anymore. But I actually took this project in as a contract planner at the County of Riverside back in 2004 with Bluestone Communities. And believe it or not, 20 years later, here I am again. It's back to haunt me. But hopefully we can bring it forward. The project does have a lot. It's highly amenitized. Back in time when it was approved, back in 2007, there was a lot of major concessions made, and all those things have high costs, and so there's some high hurdles to cost. I mean, we've been through some pretty good markets here and there, and this project hasn't moved forward. We're trying to work within the specific plan and implement the approved plan without changing it and changing the goalposts and make a successful project that works for everyone and bring these amenities forward. So. And again, I want to thank Russell also and staff. Russell had to jump into this midstream when Brett Hamilton moved on back to Utah. So Brett had a really good understanding of the project, and Russell had to jump into this thing, and it is a very complicated project, and we appreciate his help, in getting up to speed so fast. So, and again, his presentation covered a lot, so I'm just going to hit on a few other things that might answer a few questions, and then hit on some of the public benefits. So there were some questions about traffic signals. I think before I even talk about the traffic signals, one of the biggest things I want to mention is the project is not conditioned to pave Haliblian currently. When approved by the county, it was actually something that the neighbors on that side of the road did not want. They wanted a more rural character, and they wanted the road to be dirt. So we had an outreach meeting about a year ago, back when Brett was still here, maybe a little longer, and over at the elementary school. And we really didn't know what was going to come of that, whether it was still wanting to be unpaved or to pave it. And we did hear resoundingly to pave it. So this is one thing that is a part of this that is above and beyond what was required that we've added in. And assuming we are approved tonight, that will be a new condition that's added. And that's about $1 million worth of cost that's being added to the project to pave that. We are installing the signal at, via Cantilena and Scott, and then Garbani and via Toscana, which is our project entry, Palomar. We show on here Haliblian and Scott as fair share, but we will be installing it. One of the questions that was asked was there an updated traffic analysis done? Well, there was. And actually, if you look at that and you look at the impact of the project to Haliblian and Scott, we only have about a 7% fair share based on the updated traffic analysis, mainly because we have no access to Haliblian. The project was designed that way on purpose. So we have a very low impact, but we are still installing that signal. So I would say overall, this project will not only just mitigate its traffic, it's going to be helping traffic by installing that signal where we have a very low impact to it. And then obviously having Haliblian as a paved road as opposed to a dirt road. I've driven through there a few times. I mean, it's a difficult road to traverse, and now having it be paved will be a game changer. Okay, let's see. And I have all my staff here, or all my team, consultant team here for any of the technical areas if anyone has questions. Just one real quick point of emphasis. I did notice in correction, planning area 7 clusters, the cluster detail for these, the detached, I wanted to clarify. In PA7, they have full driveways, not the partial driveway. I think the little cluster detail for planning area 2 was used for planning area 7, but these are the larger clusters with full driveways in planning area 7. All right, what else? Just some of the benefits and fees that we want to talk about. You know, this is not everything, but just some of the notable benefits. It's about $9 million in diff fees that the project will pay over time. That's a conservative number, and that's all to the city. In addition, there's about $8.8 million in school fees that'll be generated to the different districts through the development of the project, offset and mitigate for the students generated by the project. There was a question about the school site. They are actually itching to get that site. They call me about every 6 months or so just to see where we're at. You know, to have a blue top pad that's ready to roll with utilities and curbs and everything for a school is pretty stellar because they can go and just build and go vertical. So there's a lot of benefit, and they definitely have a need. They plan on putting an elementary school there. And you know, I think that'll come fairly soon. It's totally up to them. It's on their option, but they plan to do it. The traffic improvements, roughly those 3 signals is about $1.35 million. And those are private development dollars. If the city were to develop those, it would be significantly higher due to prevailing wage and things like that. And then we have our fair share on another signal as well. And like I mentioned, the 7% is actually going to be a full construct. Haliblian, I mentioned it's about $1 million of extra costs that we're putting into the project. And then we have our community center. That was always conditioned as a part of the project. And it's a major community benefit. And it comes with a major price tag. And that comes in at the 600th unit. And that's about $5.8 million public benefits, and that's a basketball court, as Russell alluded to, interior basketball court. We did go to Parks Commission. We were working with a plan that was about 20 years old on our park, on the concept, and it needed some work. I mean, it was basically just checking some boxes of putting amenities in a space. And we worked with staff and our landscape architect. And we were originally going to do the baseball fields, but we looked at an option for the track with the football field on it. And we went to Parks Commission, and we were ready to accept either approach. But full circle, they wanted the track, and they felt that it was going to be a pretty neat amenity for the city that doesn't exist today. In terms of housing costs, I mean, the approved map that was approved at the county has a lot of large lots, a lot of high dollar homes. We kept, a half of that approximately on the phase we're working on for phase 1. But we overwrote those with more attainable product. Instead of having all product that's in the 7s or 8s, now we've got product that's in the 5s with the cluster. And then you've got your higher density in planning area 3, but by doing this, it allowed us to not maximize the density on planning area 3, and we're actually towards the lower density side for the high density range on planning area 3. But wide range of housing costs. We've got, those 10,000 square foot lots that are gonna be pushing $1 million, high 9s, all the way down to your townhomes. And we've got a smaller flat in there that could be in the 3s. And then you've got price ranges with logical steps all the way in between, where you can move up. And you have more attainable housing product, not just high dollar homes. So Russell covered so much, I don't really want to waste everyone's time, but I'm here for questions. I've got the whole consultant team here too. Don't ask us any biology questions. Our biologists couldn't make it, but I'll be happy to try if you do.
Thank you, Brian.
So,
And you agree with the conditions of approval?
Yes, sir.
Including the one, okay, thank
Yes.
you. Commissioner Thomas?
Yeah, how many parking stalls are at the track and field park?
Do we have that? It's basically at the minimum, or it's the required amount well, that was part of what our Parks Commission was looking at. And,
139.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then there's also
That's
some
pretty
bonus parking on the street that didn't count, but there's street parking as well. But the on-site parking meets the required parking.
Okay.
Correct.
And then, I don't know if staff or you could talk about the motivation for putting in the track and field in there. I agree with it. I think it's nice, but it's definitely unique. Did the Parks Commission talk about their goals in having that there? Maybe you could expound on that.
It was, I think, an effort that came to fruition that originally started with the Community Services Department. And again, I think the idea was to get something new, open to the public. I don't know exactly where it came from, but, as the city of Menifee continues to grow, we're seeing a lot of, new housing projects coming forward, and a lot of them have the same feel of the ball fields. And so I think it was an idea to try something unique, get something different that we don't have. And again, it's a pretty neat idea. It's got the sports field lighting, so people could walk at night if they choose to. Traffic will be minimized compared to the ball fields where you have the overflow traffic. So, I don't know exactly why that was chosen, other than the reasons I mentioned.
Well, that gives a few more clues,
Yeah.
That's interesting. Does the city envision, because it is unique and large, maybe holding more of the community events there? Oh, there you go. So that's what I'm getting at, is it looks like an opportunity to.
Yep.
To do
No,
that.
we agree.
Okay.
We agree, absolutely.
Just a little bit of context too. We also, I don't know if we talked about it, but there's the area for the food trucks in the park, so that part of the design is to allow for that kind of area for food trucks and events, and that becomes like an event lawn. And then for baseball, I know, it still could be used. It's like a multi-purpose field for your like t-ball for practice or even games, if you put the bases out. So it's very much flexible space, so.
Is the infield artificial or natural grass?
It's natural grass, yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Thomas. Commissioner Ramirez?
Hi. I'm going to piggyback on Commissioner Thomas's questions. The infield of the track, is that going to have a diverse use for the infield of the track?
Well, I would defer to the Parks team on what their plan there is, because ultimately it's going to get turned over to the city, but it's going to be basically like a big grass area that could fit a football field or could be event lawn. You could do, small soccer field practices there. You could do baseball practices there with, just putting out some bases and things like that. I spent a little time in the Bay Area, and, my oldest son, he plays baseball. He's going into high school to play baseball, and he started t-ball on a field like that, and they threw out the little bases, and we played t-ball. So it's very flexible. So that's part of the appeal. And then, with a baseball field, it's not as flexible. So.
And then in terms of green space, I know that the park satisfies and exceeds the Quimby-related park dedication, but throughout, and I see that for the PAs that we're looking at currently, there's small park parts. Now, will that be throughout the different PAs as well in terms of green space? And will there be like, I guess, usable green space for organized?
Well, that field would be one of the major ones, and then there's a series of other like amenities and things throughout for, depending on the density of the products and things. There's art nodes, there's trail connectivity, there's all sorts of amenities and trails and things throughout the site, and there's a series of things to do.
Okay, because we have a park deficit, so I'm really about green space, and so I'm hoping that that's something that could be incorporated in the other PAs as well.
Yeah, and also it changes all the time with the updated general plan, but we were over-parked in terms of, at one point, I don't know where the latest count is, but we were over the required amount before that. So.
Okay.
And then also the community center is on there as well.
Yes.
And so like for when you're we don't get any credit for that in terms of Quimby because it's not like an acreage thing. So you have the community center that's there as an amenity that is, providing a major recreation facility that's over and above the Quimby requirements.
And then I have another question, sorry.
Sure.
In terms of community outreach, you reached out with regard to the paving of, I'm gonna butcher the street name.
Haliblian, yeah.
Thank
it's a fun
you.
one.
Yes. Has any other community outreach been inquired with the community in terms of what the current plans are and the changes to the maps?
Well, this plan's existed for quite some time, but it's been approved even prior to the city being a city. So when the specific plan was approved, there was significant outreach done as well. That was where a lot of the heavy lifting was. We know that the neighbor to the other side, to the west, Jim, we've been working with him significantly. He's the one that issued the letter. And then the main one was on the discussion of the neighbors directly to the east of the site. And we went through not just paving Haliblian or not, but the whole project update as well. And that was open to anyone that wanted to come. And staff attended that also, that meeting. So it wasn't just talking about paving of Haliblian, that was a major component, but we went through the whole project as well.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah.
Commissioner Knighton.
Hey, Brian.
Hello.
Got a couple questions for you.
Okay.
First question, the signal at Haliblian and Scott Road. Sorry for butchering
I'm
that.
pretty sure I'm pronouncing it right, but there's a chance I'm saying it wrong, and everyone's laughing at me on TV right
Is there any thought about modifying the condition to install that signal earlier? I know residents in there, that's kind of a nasty area, making a left turn on a Scott Road.
Are you talking on via Cantalina? And Scott?
Well, let me ask you this. Let me just get clarification rather than the fair use. You are building a signal at Haliblian and Scott.
Yeah, currently
Yeah.
it's conditioned to do at the 900
Yeah,
first unit.
Right.
The one at Scott and Cantalina is before anything's built. So he's asking, can we move it up to the one on Scott and Palladium?
so keep in mind our actual traffic analysis says that we should only have to pay for 7% of it, and we are constructing it. So this project, the reason this project hasn't moved forward is there's so many front-loaded costs. And, all of these benefits are great things, but it's got to actually move forward. But we have we plan to do all of these units. Doing what we're doing here is going to get us there significantly faster by not having all one product type. Plus, with our old plan, I don't even know that we actually hit the unit count, just because there's, we're painting ourselves into a bit of a corner unless we just build all in planning area 5 and 6, your super high density stuff. So, but our intent is to build that at the 900 first. I think we have to design it a little bit sooner than that too.
The sooner the better,
So
This is the
500.
infrastructure is the main concern
Yeah.
around here.
So 500's out of the question.
Well, that's when the other ones do, that's when we got to build the other one. So
Yeah.
yes, exactly,
That's-
Garbani is at 501, so that's a natural progression. We're also having to build Holeblian now, which is going to be fairly early in the process too, so.
The PAs are gated, correct?
Excuse
Each
me?
individual PA?
Yeah, one is and 8 also.
With all the
And then the others
paseos
too.
and multi-use trails throughout the property, can the public access the paseos, or are they?
Yeah, it's vehicular only.
So it's
in-
locked
yeah,
off to vehicles, but
Yeah,
if I wanted to go over there and go to the park and then hit the trails,
yeah,
I could do that without
Yep.
interruption
yep,
or mall cops stopping me.
no.
Okay.
Well, maybe you, but.
And have you thought any more about the sensory garden?
We can go to the slide, but yeah, we actually have that in there. So that's part of what is involved in, obviously we got to do the designs for the actual park. But yeah, we want to incorporate that into some of the amenities of the park facility. So we had a slide on that. Let me get to it. So yes, I'll show you the slide where we contemplated it. See, I didn't bore you with all these slides, but there we go. So yeah, so we have a few things: the event staging, tot lot features, the indoor and outdoor basketball, large group gathering and outdoor play, and then sensory experience areas as a part of the park. And we're happy to accept some sort of condition or something about that, because we feel like we're already kind of providing it anyways. So
Well, I probably appreciate you
yeah.
taking that into consideration. My final question, the park at Planning Area 9, I guess there's a lot of parks tonight. Have you named it yet?
We have not.
Would you be willing to condition this evening to accept the name from the Planning Commission?
Sure.
No further questions, thank you.
Thank you. Michael, no statues though, okay. Please, yes. Yeah.
Thanks for answering Michael Knight, and he asked you for a dog park, remember?
Yeah, we have that too. It's
Yeah,
in
so
one of
thank
the
you
other
for
amenities.
listening to
So, there's so many amenities and we don't want to bore you with every detail of them. We can certainly go through them if we want. But yeah, there is a dog park that's a part of the, I believe it's in planning area, the 3 amenity, so.
Commissioner Holler, have you, nothing? So does the Planning Commission have any more questions? Okay. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak, or would anyone in the audience like to make a comment?
I have 4 requests to speak. First, I have Susan Rude, followed by Julie Cams.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Could you state your name, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm Susan Rude. Okay, and I live in the J-Bar area, so I'm one of those residents that has a little bit of concern about getting on to Scott Road. 2 concerns. The first one is the traffic congestion, and I realize that is being addressed, but it seems like since it was approved, I guess, in the beginning of 2005, we've had Liberty High School that's been built. We've had Sally Bucelt Elementary that's been built, Harvest Hill Steam Academy, and when those were constructed, that also included lots more neighborhoods. We're seeing that on Scott Road, just the traffic. So the thoughts of 935 units right across the street just makes me a little bit nervous getting out of my neighborhood. Secondly, and I tried to find this in all of the paperwork, but talking about the geotechnical report and a soil test, biosolids, also known as sludge, were dumped excessively in this area that is going to be built on. We lived through that. Heavy metals in the soil don't dissipate over time. In fact, the EPA fined the Orange County Waste Treatment Facility who dumped on this property for failing to properly treat the sludge that was dumped on our Menifee land. So my concern is when grading starts, the airborne pathogens that are going to rise really worries me. Our little area there across the way, can't begin to tell you how many cases of cancer that we've had over there. Anyway, that was just what I'd like to know. I'd like to find that geotechnical soil report, and would it be possible to get like phase 3 testing a little bit more? Those are my big concerns. But otherwise, I enjoyed poring over the schematics. I mean, it's beautiful, all of the things that are going to go in there. But the traffic and the soil itself are big concerns to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
Can I,
Julie Cams, followed by Amoy Alavia.
Hi, everyone. My name is Julie Cams, and I live on Halablion Road. That is the name. Been out here since '85. So my concern is planning area 2. That's a 40% increase in homes on that section. That's not a small amount. I was around when they first started that plan, and the reason those lots were 10,000 square feet because it is a rural area. It's not downtown Los Angeles. So that's a huge concern. Paving Halablion Road, great. There's no access or egress out from that neighborhood, fine. It's going to be a speedway. That's a problem. I'm concerned with folks parking their motorhomes there. But it already is a speedway as a dirt road. That's a major problem. Another large issue is the drainage. The drainage runs through the back of my property and we really converges at Loretta and Halablion and comes across the street. I just want to make sure we have our eyes on that, because if that would flood everybody if we have a problem there. We actually put the culverts in ourselves years ago. So the next question is, on that paved Halablion Road, who maintains it? Is it going to be the city maintaining that? Are we putting speed bumps in? I mean, there's speed bumps in there now. It's bad. Getting out of my property onto that street as a paved road to get down to Scott is going to be a problem. I try to come out sometimes on Loretta to Menifee Road. It's you can set a timer. I mean, it's a lot. So, this isn't a small undertaking for those of us who've lived out here. I know everybody, it's a great park. I love parks. Equestrian trails, got horses, that's great. But there's a lot of issues that come along with this type of plan. So I just want to make sure we're taking time to address those problems for the community. They will be happening. Just because someone says, oh, it's great, it's happening. It's going to happen. And we've all seen the progress of Menifee. Grew up here. We need to plan to make sure our plan is smarter. Not in love with the area 2, 40% increase of homes on that side. Not great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amoy Alavia, followed by Darcy Quincy.
Good evening, council members and planning commissioners. My name is Amoy Alevilla. I'm a resident since 2007 of Menifee. I've actually been in this valley since 1984. I may be a little bit redundant about what I'm going to talk about, but I also think it's important that I address my concerns about the area itself, because I am a resident right across the way from Garbani. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. While I understand that housing development like Cantalina may already be in motion, I want to express a concern that I believe affects myself and my neighbors who I am speaking for. The impact of continued development on our already ever-growing and traffic infrastructure. Yes, you said you completed a safety report in 2022. However, we have grown a lot since then. My primary concern is not simply the addition of new housing, but the fact that key surrounding roadways, Antelope Road, Garbani Road, Menifee Road, and Hobblian are all primarily one-lane roads are becoming overburdened during peak hours. More noticeable is the morning traffic along Antelope Road that's consistently backed up, causing delays, safety concerns, and frustration for commuters. If housing construction in this area is to move forward, which we will see that area, it'll be sad to see it go, I believe it is critical that traffic and roadway infrastructure improvements be readdressed before development begins, not afterward. We've seen too much of that happen. We cannot continue to expand residential areas without a clear and enforceable plan to upgrade and widen these essential corridors, or as they've been saying, putting in lights. I like that. To do so would be irresponsible and unfair to both new and existing residents. So I respectfully urge the council to prioritize traffic mitigation planning as part of any approval related to the project. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Darcy Quincy.
Hi, good evening.
Hello, Councilwoman.
I'm Darcy Kinsey, longtime Menifee resident. I live in the 2.5 acre parcels along Garbani Road, and OG City Council member, and also want to recognize Chris Thomas, also OG Planning Commissioner. He's seen a lot. So I have history with this project as well. In 2006, we met with Bluestone, a group of us city hood proponents concerned about this project. We were excited to have a nice project of that size. A specific plan in that area seemed to make sense. We were very supportive at first. We did oppose it unless it was amended because they did not include Halabian Road to be paved, which was just unheard of to have that length of road not paved. And it was disappointing that the county approved that. So I'm here today to commend Richland for taking on this specific plan, making the improvements. I really like the additional product types that they've incorporated into the project, the more affordable housing ranges, the amenities of the project. So I have some concerns though too. I like the project, I support the project, but there are some concerns. Some of them are not really in the developer's control at this time. It's more of a global problem that needs to be addressed that maybe the developer can help, support. One is the flood control issue, not necessarily on their project, although I'm not really sure if that flood control condition with the trapezoidal channel and the hydroseeded area, I don't know if flood control will accept that, something that I think your staff should look at. I think there needs to be a regional flood control amenity for the Paloma Wash. It does straddle the freeway there. It goes through Mr. Wong's property, it goes under the freeway. It will impact the Garbani Road interchange. I really think there needs to be a larger, broader regional project on that. And I would really encourage you to contact the flood control district, maybe have a master drainage plan for that area so that the other projects on both sides of the freeway can contribute to it. So that's one. I also think that the signal at Bellamy and Scott could be, instead of at 901 out of the 926, maybe 750. Make it a little sooner for those folks along, that are in J-Bar. Maybe the condition could be a little sooner. I don't think that would cost them a lot. And then also the future interchange. Also, I think there's a need to look at some funding mechanisms. I know that we have that luxury of still capturing fees through the Scott Road RBBD benefit district, but I think at some point that's going to run out. You're going to need a new funding mechanism for Garbani Road. It's going to be expensive. So I think you should look at that. I have talked to the assistant city manager about different financing mechanisms, but I really think that working with the development community, with all the projects coming in, that's going to be a need, because that's going to be a job creation area, and it'll be a needed amenity for right in the center of our, development area. So those are I'm sorry, I'm out of time. Those are my recommendations. I do support the project and encourage you to approve it, with maybe that earlier condition for the signal. Thank you.
Hey, Darcy? Thanks, it's great to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you guys.
Thank you.
I have David Clark.
Hi, good evening. I live in the affected area. I moved to Menifee out of the little town of Nuevo because Menifee was an up-and-coming community that allowed the rural feel as well as the city benefits. But we've seen a lot of growth in the last 17 years. And, I think they were talking about spending 7% on Scott Road. Well, I pay $1,000 a year for the widening of Scott Road. I'm one of a few communities that do that. So traffic for me is a big deal, because getting home and leaving the property, I live on the corner of Garbani and Menifee Road, right in a development there. It's becoming increasingly more difficult to get in and get out of the community. My daughter attends high school out in Marietta, and it's not uncommon for her to leave our development, and within about a mile is, maybe under a mile, is Antelope Road. That thing gets backed up to the tune of 45 minutes to go about 6 miles to her school, 6 or 7 miles. So it is a concern. And so I want to underscore what other community members have spoken about up to this point. We got to get the infrastructure in before we start throwing up units. I do like the idea of the park and doing something different. I think that's it's interesting, because Menifee has a lot of tot lots that are useless after the age of 5 or 6. So I commend the developer for coming up with something that's different and unique that would add to Menifee. But I think we need to get the infrastructure in place before we decide to send the big rigs down the road like we did with Liberty High School tearing up the road. Let's go ahead and widen those roads. Let's take it easy on the Menifee residents. We've suffered enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael McGravin. I have no other requests to speak.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
If you would like to approach the podium and then just state your name, please, for the record.
Good evening. My name is Cody Manley. I live on Hellblain. I call it Hellblain, but I'm one of the lucky ones that is, I'm actually right in front of the park, so I kind of lucked out there. But I really appreciate the road coming in. I mean, that's going to help out a lot. I get concerned with my children leaving the property, or driving out, or, there's always things just speeding by there, whether it be a truck or a razor or motorcycles, which not a big problem, but my first concern is my family. So I just want with the road, it would be great if there was some sort of like stop signage, between like the crossroads that would help with traffic. So people aren't using that as a shortcut, more as it's a convenience for the people that are on that road. The other concern I have is I've looked through the plans and I didn't see anything for the drainage right in front of our house, because that leads right into the park. And there's a river that runs through our property when it rains hard. So I just wanted to make sure that there is something, because there's like a culvert right under our road, and that leads right across the street. And I've seen pictures of it in the plans, but I didn't see anything that was taking care of it with the plan. So I just would hate to see either my property back up with water or that flood the park in that area, because it does, I mean, it's a heavy river that goes through there at times, so. But I do really appreciate the road. I mean, that's killer. I just hope we can do stop signs and mitigate the speeding on that road. But that's all I got.
All right, thank you.
So are there no further questions? So then I will close the public hearing at 7:20 p.m. Planning commissioners, have any other comments or discussion? Commissioner Holler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just in response to some of the comments and questions that we've had, I'd like to ask about traffic and drainage, hydrology in particular, but maybe we can start with traffic and specifically, you know, the results of the traffic study in general and the phasing on some of the improvements. How many building permits before a particular improvement is required? We heard a request to bump that up. I assume that's in the COAs. So maybe you can kind of walk us through that a little bit.
Sure, we can talk about that a little bit. So one thing I do want to note just right off the bat, the verbiage on the timing of these different improvements is not new verbiage specific to these 3 planning areas that are coming in. This is mostly verbatim verbiage from the underlying tentative tract map 33739. So it's not a new condition of requirement we're adding in here for these timings. It's consistent with what has already been approved as part of the original PA, and is actually what PA 1 and 8 is already tied to. We've talked a little bit about the Halibli and Scott signal timing there. I believe Richmond mentioned that the most updated traffic study did indicate a 7% fair share. City staff has recommended to retain, however, the signal requirement itself due to these safety issues that we're discussing here today, which is why we're holding on to that intersection signal at Bellamy and Scott, also known as Halibli and Scott. On the drainage side, is it possible to pull up the roadway section for Halibli? Is that in here?
Well, let's go back to traffic. So how about speed bumps?
So speed bumps in general are not ideal from an emergency vehicle response time standpoint. We do have, Crystal, I don't know, is there any indication?
There's a lower profile one, isn't there?
Is there any indication for like stop signs?
In place of the speed bumps, could we not put 2 stop signs on Haleblian? You have roads coming out anyway with perfect, you know.
I apologize. What was the question?
Well, there was a question about stop signs, and Commissioner Thomas asked that, but I want to follow up. So I don't know in terms of private roads on the other side of, okay, Haleblian, was that close?
Haleblian,
At this point in time, you probably can't tell, but obviously to locate a stop sign there, it has to meet warrants.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if in the traffic study there was any analysis of
I don't believe
side
there,
friction onto that street.
Yeah, because this project doesn't actually have any driveway connections to Haleblian.
Can you move the mic a little bit closer?
Oh,
please?
sure.
There you go.
This project, as you can see here, doesn't have any driveway connections to Haleblian directly. So I don't believe there's any traffic or stop signal warrants at those individual intersections on Haleblian. It is worth noting that the final engineering plans for this are actually currently being developed, so we are a little bit further along since it's associated with the phase 1 and 8 at the moment. we can take a closer look into whether or not some of these meet stop warrants, but at the moment, I don't believe there's any plan for those.
I think based on what we've heard and Commissioner Thomas, his question, if you could take a look and see if there would be, you could meet warrants for even a stop sign along Hallelujah.
Sure.
I think that would be a profitable exercise.
Okay.
Can I know you have a couple of items, Ivan, if I could jump on that one. I've lived here 25 plus years. I'm glad to see that road's being paved, but I have personally had my wife tear off the underside of a car because of the way that road is. I'm glad it's being paved. She's driven on it. But I have personally experienced cars flying along. I walk my dogs on that road, and if it wasn't for me doing this, I would surprised I wouldn't get hit. So whatever we have to do to rationalize a stop sign on Halablian, or whatever we want to call it, 1 or 2 would be that would be a requirement for Commissioner Thomas for this project. So if whatever we need to do that.
And then before we jump into hydrology, you said that the improvement phasing or timing after X number of building permits, that's tied to the underlying TTM. Is that what you said?
Yes, that's correct.
So that's not an option for discussion this evening?
No, at least not as far as the conditions of approval. Now, we can discuss the possibility of it, but the verbiage here is going to be tied to the underlying specific plan regardless.
I think I would like to, if I could, given the testimony that we heard, ask the applicant if they would be open to considering a change in the number of building permits from 900 to, there was a lower number, 700, 750, something like that. I realize that's not on the table right now, so that would be something that I would just like to see if you had, or what your reaction was to that. From the
While he's coming up, yeah, while he's coming up and discussing that very issue, since we're going to jump to it right now, anyone who's pulled out of J-Bar or even the horse ranch that they're on to Scott, it takes their life in their hands. Now, the traffic signal on Cantalina and Scott is really going to help. This project would not exist without that. But there is the queuing of traffic coming at high speeds from Menifee Road down does warrant that traffic signal at Scott and Bellamy, literally from a safety standpoint. So that would go a long ways in goodwill to have the timing gone to 750 building permits.
So Brian, you're saying it's more a funding problem.
Yeah, I mean, we've added Halablian being Street H, Hallebane to our, and that's I mean, $1 million is probably putting it light because that doesn't even include any soft costs or anything. That's just construction costs. And none of that was originally included before. And then, that's a pretty major give. And so, I mean, we're just trying to balance all of this with having the project be financially feasible. This project sat for 20 years for a reason. So, we just want to make sure that all these things actually happen.
How much is that signal?
Well, about $450 without any other costs, like soft costs and things like that. Depends on how difficult of a construct it is and if there's any right-of-way needed at the end of the day. But
yeah, okay.
So, I had a couple other things I wanted to address to answer some of the questions, if you don't mind. Or I can go sit back down.
Is this the right, Ty, is this the right time to discuss this with the applicant?
You can ask them the questions. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Sure, Brian.
Okay.
Shoot.
I think they're bringing up the drainage, so maybe I can just add and they can jump onto that. But we have a condition that says we have to maintain all drainage as it is. We can't, we have to perpetuate it. And so basically upstream and downstream, it has to flow the same when it comes onto our site and off. We can't impede it or, cause issues. Plus, I mean, there's significant drainage improvements that we're doing, like basins and things like that. The little culvert area that is on Halibin, we are actually replacing it with a new one too, because it's in disrepair. So the intent is to replace that as part of the road network. But all of that drainage channel, we're working with flood. They intend to take that. We're in process of designing it because we have an approved project right now, and we're in plan check with flood to ultimately take it. So there's extensive requirements, not just by flood, but the city, that in terms of drainage. And this is a very, very complicated site in terms of drainage because it is very flat and it does not percolate. So we are going through painstaking links to meet those requirements and meet that condition that is already required of us.
So you can say without a doubt that your project is not to contribute to the amount of water.
Correct.
Can I ask you a question about, so the offsite flows from the east right now without building the project. Do they go in that culvert, but do they ultimately go across the project right now? Do they go across?
Yeah.
They do go across.
Into the channel.
Into the channel. So when you put up the wall, the road and the wall, it's going to stop the westerly flow. Is the design to split it north and south, and then where is it going to go?
It's going to go the exact, I mean, because we can't change the patterns or change it. We've got to recreate that and take it on. Right now it goes, because the road is built. It's just dirt. So there is a little culvert there, but we're going to put in a new one and it'll be improved.
But where does that culvert take it? Is it going to take it in pipes underneath the project and continue the direction? Or once your project's built, is it going to move it around the project?
It's going to go into our new channel facility that is going to all bring it on and then bring it out at the end of the site to the Jim Wong site ultimately. And then it's going to go back onto his site exactly like it did before. But it's going to go through an improved channel that's now maintained and a series of, there's some pipes and culverts and things.
So the short answer is it's going to flow the same way it is now. You're going to take off-site flows onto on-site and then off-site again.
Yep, and that's a city requirement and a flood requirement.
Okay.
And for the 100-year events also, so.
Okay.
Sludge, just real quick, we talked about this morning. We did have a phase 1 that was done. There were no record fines. Even though not recommended in 2016, we did a phase 2 just to confirm because we had heard of this dumping, but it's not accurate on our site. There were other locations in the area. There was about 16 areas where they did testing across the site. We submitted that to county environmental health, and we have a clearance letter from them saying it's all clear. And I gave that to Russell today.
So when you mean by, sorry, that's Tammy.
Yep.
Hello. So when you mean by testing, you mean like core soil samples?
Yeah, basically they're out there taking bags of sand or whatever the material is out there and taking it back to a lab, and it's all tested. And they're looking for like heavy metals or organics and all of that, and all of it cleared.
Yeah. And compaction.
Yeah. Unless there's anything else that you would like me to address, those are the ones I wanted to talk about.
We kind of interrupted Ivan, so did you have more items, Ivan?
Sorry?
No, you stay there.
The only thing I was going to do is just to ask staff to follow up on, we've heard the applicant on the hydrology. If you could just maybe summarize the hydrology again.
Sure.
Obviously you're not increasing the queue. You're not concentrating flows, those kinds of things.
Yes, that's correct. And I think it might be beneficial just for Planning Commission and the people here to see the section or the proposed section of Cleveland. If we have that available. Ultimately, that flow coming from the east, the road is expected to meet at that existing grade and allow the water to flow west over Cleveland to a bioswale on the west side, and then travel ultimately to these locations where the channels are.
We can't see what you're looking at right now.
We're still pulling it up at the moment.
Yeah, so the historical flows are what they are.
Mm-hmm.
That's the
Yes, and they are matching or meeting the existing outlet locations with this new channel that's coming in. One big improvement that they're doing as well, which is more of an offsite improvement, is for the crossing at Garbani, where these flows are currently going north. RCFC in the conditions of approval, condition number 13A, acknowledges that this is a regional problem. However, the Cantalina specific plan does specifically is specifically required to address that problem with that crossing. I believe the current plans are 2 culverts and a raising of Garbani Road at that location. And this is an off-site improvement, not on their guys' frontage. We have up on the screen here Haliblian Road showing how it's expected to drain coming in from the east side, meeting at that existing grade and traveling west to the graded swale. It travels along that swale to where these channel locations are and ultimately would overflow, or in the event of an overflow, result in those, in the channels there.
So it's gonna flow across, so any flows that are on the houses to the east, the water's gonna flow across the road?
That's correct, yes.
Across the road, and it's gonna go over the trail and the sidewalk?
No, the swale is prior to the trail.
Okay.
There are certain
Oh,
locations.
I see the graded swale, okay.
Yeah.
And is that gonna take it like north and south to a culvert, the little box culvert, little bitty entry culverts, and then take it under the project?
There's 2 locations, yes, and was it over? Yeah.
We do have another staff member from engineering, and she's doing the plan checking for the project, so she can elaborate on the drainage.
Hi, good evening. This is Crystal Nguyen, and with the engineering department, I am reviewing the final engineering of the drainage plans, so I do have a bit more knowledge in this area. As Chris has mentioned, Halibrian does have a tilted section where the flow off of the properties will go across the street, where there is already a culvert that's taking it under the street and across. The project itself will improve that and make sure it maintains the existing pattern and continues to take it across the street. As it enters in the areas where it enters into the swales you see there, it will take it either north or south to the drainage channel. There are 2 drainage channels that comes all the way up to the Halibrian Road, and at that point, there is an inlet right in front of the channel. It would take low flow storms, say 10-year storm, so it's a more consistent, smaller storm. It would take it into an inlet down and into the channel. For a major 100-year storm, there will be no pipe that can take it. It's a major, I've seen a couple of residents here that have said it's a major storm. It's a lot of flow. Right. What will occur is it will overtopple that area right next to the channel, because the street will be lowered, right next to the channel and into the channel itself.
So Crystal, is after this is all said and done, is this the ultimate channel?
That is the ultimate channel, correct.
Okay. Good.
And the road itself, Halibrian, is undulating, and it naturally has 2 low points in the roadway, and that's where it's generally has been going into. The channel that's already there, obviously the project itself will make it a constructed formal channel, concrete channel in some areas, and then a hydro-seeded area. So it'll go into there.
So you're saying it can handle a normal 10-year storm, 25-year, but nothing can handle a 100-year, for the most part.
It will topple over to go into the channel. The channel itself would hold the 100-year storm.
Wow, okay.
Will the road, when they pave Halibrian, will they flatten it, or will they leave the contour, existing contour?
We would need to follow the existing contour. We do try to soften it a little bit, but because you see at the roadway picture that Chris had up there, we're trying to tie into the existing property elevations. And as that change, we want to make sure to be able to maintain that and to carry the flow across the property.
Okay.
Great. I'm just wondering, what's the difference in elevation from the top of slope to the finished ground?
of,
the
between the
project.
pad and
Yeah.
the elevation?
Yes.
There isn't a much change. It's pretty
Oh,
flat, actually. But the road itself, as we're traveling along the roadway, is quite undulating.
Great. Yeah, thank you.
So I know the answer to this, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. So can you leave the vertical curves a little bit more steep and reduce the design speed of the road?
I mean, it does naturally offer that.
Now
I know, you guys are laughing now right now, but that,
Not gonna get air.
it's just a thought.
One other question, the
Side distance.
the new box culverts are gonna go down near Antelope and Garbani, where it's not on this project site, it's on the Wong property, right there.
Right.
Have those been accepted? Has those culverts and that design been accepted by Riverside County Flood?
The design it's still in the design process, so it hasn't gone through that acceptance process, so it's still in design.
But it's in process with Flood, Riverside County Flood?
It is in process with both agencies.
Both agencies, okay, so you're working.
City and.
Do you expect acceptance of your design for that location?
We're in very preliminary. We are looking to continue that process of design, but eventually, yes, we will reach to a point of approval for the plans.
And it was mentioned that Garbani, as it approaches Antelope, where these culverts would be, you're going to raise the level. How much is it going to raise it?
We're still in design, but there is a limit on how much it can raise. One of the criteria is it can't increase the water level more than half a foot downstream. So that's one of our limitations, because to make sure we don't flood downstream.
And just so we're clear, the hope in the design is that as it comes off of the project and then onto the Wong property for a little bit, and then goes into these culverts, is that for the 10 and 20-year storm cycles or whatever, the culvert can handle that.
Right.
But the huge ones, it will go over that culvert.
Correct, correct.
Okay.
So we're hoping that it can manage more of the smaller storms. At where it's at right now, it's flooding almost frequently.
Every time.
Yes.
Every time.
So we're hoping to minimize that frequency, but to have a 100-year storm, it won't be able to handle that. But will be designed to safely overtopple that roadway at a longer span, so that it's not flooded at a deeper depth of water.
And then, I don't know if you're the person to ask this, but and I didn't look at the requirements, but from where Toscana comes onto Garbani, and then people take a left and go down to Antelope, is that going to be widened at all, that road? Are they going to do anything to that road?
It'll be improved to an intersection via Cantalina.
No. I'm asking, is Garbani going to be improved between Antelope and Toscana or Catalina? Yeah. Right now, it's 2-lane. It's a country road.
I know but it's outside of the project's frontage, so they're not conditioned to improve beyond that. And the traffic study analysis didn't require additional widening beyond their project frontage. There will be widening from Haliblian to via Cantalina, via Toscana, in front of their frontage, to the major roadway that it's as indicated in a general plan.
Okay.
Can you put the traffic signal in at 500
We
units?
will, yes. It is conditioned to be a traffic signal to go in that location. That is correct.
Thank you, Crystal.
Yes.
Anybody more questions for Crystal? We're good? Okay.
Not of her. I've got a question of staff. Are you done, Ivan? Okay.
Good job, Crystal.
So I'm happy to hear there was a phase 1 and a phase 2 on that property. Just to confirm, no indications, even slight indications came out of phase 2 that require additional testing or scraping or removal of topsoil or anything like that?
That is correct. So again, the phase 1 and phase 2 were shared with the County Department of Environmental Health, and that was their findings, was that no further analysis was required, and those reports were cleared.
Hey, Russell, tell the audience what a phase 1 and a phase 2 are.
Put me on the spot, huh? I'll ask our engineering friends here to explain it further, but it's essentially a site assessment that looks in the soil and looks at past uses of the site.
Yeah.
You want to elaborate, Chris?
Sure. So the phase one for everyone here is where they're, like Russell mentioned, they're elaborating to find when there are hazards on the site. The phase two is referring to the actual testing that's done on the site itself.
That's all geotechnical.
Yes, and also site just history as well as a part of it. So it's not just the geotechnical. The phase one will often go into aerial imagery and determining what previous uses and possible pollutants could have come out about as a part of those uses as well.
Right. Thank you, Chris.
And so just one more thing, that obviously we're dealing with an older CEQA document, the EIR, but there were sections of the EIR that analyzed that and it came back clean. Also, an updated soils report was done for the project in 2022, and although it's not necessarily looking for sludge material, the report came back clean. So there have been several reports that have been done for the project, and nothing has indicated that it was a sludge site. The city did adopt an old sludge map from the county of Riverside, and that indicates possible or potential sludge sites where applications were applied to the county to potentially dump Class A or Class B sludge on these sites. The Cantilena project is not identified as one of those sites. So the nearest site identified is about a half mile to the east as a possible site. It doesn't mean it was necessarily dumped there, according to these maps.
Two other quick questions. Number one, this might be, I'm not sure who can answer it. What is the CIP schedule for widening Antelope? Right now it's 2 lanes from Scott clear over to like the rental homes, and it widens. What is the schedule for that?
Let us look into that here. Give us 1 sec. We'll get someone from our engineering CIP team is coming up to pinch hit.
Coming, okay. Because we all know everything's gonna flow out to Scott or onto Garbani, which both connect to Antelope, so.
Good evening, Commissioners. Carlos Geronimo, CIP Manager. So just to recap, what was exactly the question?
We're asking is it on, and when approximately will the Antelope Road be widened from 2 lanes to 4 for the section between Scott and Garbani?
Great. So it's in the long-term CIP program, the 10-year. Right now, there is no current plans for it to widen that section of the roadway. I understand that there may be future development that will realign Antelope Road. Instead of going right along the freeway, it will push it back to the east a little bit to be more straight between the future Garbani interchange and where Scott interchange is right now. So at this point, there is no plans for it, but it's in the long-term CIP program.
Okay, so I'll make a statement to staff that if we could look into reprioritizing that. I understand that there's issues of purchasing right away. There's issues, a lot of things that go on with that. But we have had other projects in the past where the city has found funding and got reimbursement from property owners to do certain sections, whatever that may have to be. Because at this point, all of the new development to the east that's heading down Garbani and Scott and are utilizing Antelope Road is going to necessitate Antelope Road, that section of Antelope Road, to be widened. Anyone who has walked along there or driven along there, it's deadly. So I would make a formal request to staff, and maybe we could agendize this even for another meeting of how to fund in the timing of the widening of Antelope Road. So if someone wants to, we can do that later or now, second that, we can agendize that.
So we do have future requests. Do you want to wait till then?
That's fine.
Put
We
on
can
there?
do that. We can do that.
Okay, and then we are going over capital improvements today.
That would be great.
So.
Because we've been looking at lots of projects to the east, and it's just accumulating at this point. Second comment I'd have is, sorry, coughing here. I would encourage, again, the analysis of one, or if not better, 2 stop signs on Halablian. I understand you have to get warrants or whatever you have to do to rationalize that, because that to me would be a very important issue. So I just wanted to be clear about that. I will say I wanted to thank staff for negotiating the timing of the Catalina and Scott street light, the traffic signal, I should say. That is a huge safety issue. It is, Scott Road's becoming deadly, and the fact that you got that in before a single building permit is amazing, and I thank the applicant for agreeing to that and doing that. I know that's a frontage of money to do that, and we appreciate that. As well as the signal on Garbani. I'm grateful that you are paving Halabian. That is going to be a huge improvement for the area and addressing the flood control along there. So with all these improvements and things, and being that this project was approved before we became a city, and we're bringing these amenities to it and making a not so great situation better, I'm in favor of the project.
Okay. Does the Planning Commission have any other questions? Michael? Thank you, Chris.
Regarding the school site, I wanted to make sure that we had a school there rather than additional 200 homes or whatever that number was. So I reached out to MUSD, and they are very interested in that property. It's just a matter of the timing of purchasing it. They're going to, you know, get an elementary school there eventually, someday, some way, somehow. They did just pass Measure R, so that'll probably be used to purchase that school, purchase the land and build the school. What I was talking about earlier, I wanted to bring something here to the commission. This is the first time in like 3 years since I've been either attending the meeting or sitting up here, that we have a significant historical property that it's in front of us. We can't keep it, you know, with someone else's. Many, many years ago, it's going to be developed. And in 1892, a guy named Kittleson came to that property, eventually had like most of the acreage there. And he's one of our founding fathers, if you want to put it there. He married a gal, and then they had a bunch of kids, and those kids had kids, and they ended up, a couple of them died, and they intermingled with the Ziders, I believe. And then that's kind of like where all the information, we have a historical museum, and that's where like a lot of the stuff got there. So I want to ask the commission how you feel about naming the park after Andrew Kittleson, is just naming it Kittleson Park. Any objection to that?
Commissioner, I just wanted to make a comment that in your approval tonight, you do not currently have the authority to name the park. You can make a recommendation as a part of that, but that's not a part of the approval package.
So
at what point do I make that recommendation?
You can make it as part of the motion as a request. However, I believe it's under PRTC that would make that determination.
Because I know Mr. Hardy, when he goes, he has to go back to Community Service Department, and he actually, when he names the streets inside, he's going to go to Nick. But when he names the park and all that, he's got to fill out forms. So I just want to make sure, if we are in agreement to that, that is looked at in the future when he does fill out the forms. Well, let me just ask Brian. Do you have any objection to naming the park after the original landowner?
No, we don't. We do not.
So we could make the recommendation in our motion tonight, and I would support that. There is actually a historical marker there. Has anyone seen it? It's a big cement thing with a brass plaque right at the corner of Garbani and Antelope that has the history of it. So it's an appropriate thing. So I would encourage the recommendation.
And
community's okay with that?
now how do we do it when we make our motion?
So when you make your motion, you can also add on that the Planning Commission recommends that the park be named, however, whatever you want it to name.
And for the clerk, it's Kittilson. for the record.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's do this. I make a motion that we vote on this project, and
You can move to approve staff's recommendation with the addition to recommend that the project applicant name the park, or that the city name the park, Kittleson Park.
In addition to that, do we need to make a motion, when we say we're going to approve, we recommend approval of this, do we need to say in addition to the, for example, the stop signs, that recommending the stop signs on Halabian and those kind of things, or do we not need to put those in the recommendation?
Part of your recommendation would be to direct staff to look at potentially installing, if warranted, or to review as part of the final engineering if signs can be installed, as well as there was another thing that I believe you requested for us to look at again, which is, I don't know, actually the other thing, it has to do with antelope.
Yeah, with that, we'll do
which
that.
we'll handle that at a
yeah,
different time.
Yeah.
I just want to clarify that the staff's recommended action is to determine that the tentative track map 38372, as well as tentative track map 38682 and plot plan PLN 22-0202 do not require additional CEQA. Adopt a resolution approving tentative track map 38372 and plot plan PLN 22-0202, and then adopt a resolution approving tentative track map 38682. This is not a recommendation to the city council. You are making the approval of these actions.
So how do we word that then, since we are the approving body? Do we approve it with recommendations of these two items, of the naming of the park and the stop signs, or do we make it a condition? As a recommendation?
Yes, because naming of the park is not within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission, and that I believe staff is looking into the stop signs.
Okay, so there'll be recommendations attached to the approval of these three resolutions?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that a motion?
I'll make that motion, yes.
Okay.
Do you want to second it, Mike?
And just,
Yeah, I'll second it.
just to be clear, so on the stop signs, we're recommending
Work
that-
with staff to determine
that
it.
staff look into that, but obviously it has to meet warrants.
Correct.
Otherwise, it creates a liability.
Correct.
So that's
Yes.
the addition on the motion, in addition to the park.
Very good.
So Commissioner Thomas motioned, Commissioner Knighton second.
You scroll up.
Give me one moment, please. Okay. Commissioner Knighton, can I get your vote, please?
Yes.
Commissioner Ramirez?
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Vice Chair Holler?
Yes.
And Chair Madrid?
Yes.
That passed unanimously, 5-0.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for all your help on this. That was really good. Thank you, Brian. Yeah, well, let's take a 10-minute break. Okay? A good, Ty? Okay. We'll take the All right. Okay, everybody ready? Okay, let's reconvene this meeting at 8:08 PM. Okay, where am I? Okay, we got our two resolutions. Okay, that takes us, now we're at all of which you guys been waiting for. 9.2, the Northern Gateway Logistics Center Warehouse Project. So this is item 9.2. Could the acting community development director please introduce the item?
Thank you, Chair. Item will be presented by Brandon Cleary. The project obviously has gone through an extensive planning process, planning review. There's been some emails and letters that we received that they're in your blue folder as well, and Brandon will go over the details.
Good, thank you, Director.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. The project before you is plot plan number PLN 23-0040, the Northern Gateway Logistics Center Warehouse Project. The project is located between Barnett Road and Evans Road, approximately 300 feet north of McLaughlin Road. The general plan and zoning designation for the project site is Economic Development Corridor Northern Gateway. And just a little background, prior to city incorporation, this area west of Barnett to Marietta Road was per the Riverside County General Plan Industrial Park prior to city incorporation, which did allow for warehousing as a permitted use. And then in 2013, the city adopted the updated general plan and zoning code to change it from industrial park to economic development corridor. The project proposes 2 speculative warehouses totaling 398,041 square feet. Building number 1, located on the north end of the project site, is approximately 105,000 square feet, with 5,000 square feet of office included. Building number 2 is just over 292,000 square feet, with 7,000 square feet of mezzanine space and 8,000 square feet of office. Access to the project site will be from Barnett Road on the east side and Evans Road on the west side. There will also be a future corridor running along the southern end of the project site, which will be westbound only. The truck corridor, or the truck court, has been located at the center of the project site to assist in shielding from the public view. Building number 1 will have 15 dock-high doors and trailer stalls, all encompassing, and then 108 parking spaces for employees. Building number 2 will have 37 dock-high doors with an additional 41 trailer stalls and 244 parking spaces for employees. Also included in screening the truck court will be 11-foot high walls to screen it from public view from the east side and the west side. North and south are covered by the design of the building. Access to the individual buildings will be split between car only and truck and car access. Truck and car access will be indicated by the orange arrows, and blue will be just car access. For infrastructure improvements, the project includes frontage improvements along the east and west sides of the project site, along with the corridor along the southern end of the project site. On Barnett Road, it's classified as a secondary road. The project will build half-width improvements plus 12 feet, which will include 2 southbound lanes. As stated earlier, the corridor on the south end will be 2 lanes westbound. The western frontage will be an industrial collector. The project will build 1 lane with the striped median plus 12 feet to be the ultimate half width for an industrial collector. Currently, Evans Road is not paved, so to connect to Ethernac Road, they will have to build 2 12-foot lanes with 6-foot shoulders in an interim condition. Additionally, the project will be installing a new traffic signal at Evans Road and Ethernac Road. Additionally, the project also includes the relocation of an underground storm drain. It'll be relocated north of its current designed to be underneath the truck court in the center of the project site for ease of access and maintenance.
Can we go back a slide?
Yes.
I apologize if you mentioned this. Is there an existing bridge on Barnett from the project going north?
Yes.
Over the canal?
Yes, there is.
And does it have to be widened or improved for this project, or is it existing conditions sufficient?
Existing conditions.
Okay, thank you.
For landscaping, the project includes approximately 105,000 square feet of landscaping across the entire project, which is about 13%. The requirement is 10%. Split between each of the buildings. Building number 1 is approximately 15.6% landscaped. Building number 2 is about 10.8%. There also will be trees at the perimeter within the parking areas and adjacent to the building to help screen the scale of the building. 24-inch box trees are also included along the southern project boundary, in addition to larger 36-inch box trees at entry driveways. For the architecture, both buildings comply with the City of Menifee design guidelines and the Good Neighbor policies. The architecture limits the amount of long blank walls by including breaks along wall planes, differing materials and paint styles across all facades, and is designed to shield the truck court from the right-of-way. And this is architecture for the north building, building number 1. For building number 2, it encompasses all the same architectural features to help screen the truck court and provide and limit the blank wall planes by incorporating breaks and differing materials. As I mentioned earlier, there will be screening of the truck courts on the west and east sides of the truck courts. It will be an 11-foot tall wall along with metal access gates. In addition, there will be landscape birds and perimeter trees, a 56-foot setback from the southern property line to the building, which includes the truck route along the southern boundary of the project site. And as mentioned earlier, the project does conform to Good Neighbor policies. For the environmental determination, out of an abundance of caution, an environmental impact report was prepared, and there were no significant and unavoidable impacts found. An initial study mitigated negative declaration could have been prepared, but the city and the applicant chose to do an environmental impact report. This report analyzed various items, including but not limited to air quality, health risk assessment, biology, cultural, energy, greenhouse gas, and traffic, with mitigation measures being proposed in biology, geology and soils, greenhouse gas, hazards and hazardous materials, and hydrology and water quality. The notice of preparation went out in June 21st of 2023, and the scoping meeting for public input was June 27th of 2023. During the draft environmental impact report public review period, the 45-day required review period, the city received a number of comments from agencies, organizations, and individuals, mainly in regards to air quality, greenhouse gas analysis, traffic, and land use compatibility. The public hearing notice and notice of availability for the final EIR was published on May 4th, 2025. We received, as Orlando mentioned earlier, multiple comment letters since the public notice went out from the City of Paris, Brianna Harwood, Golden State Environmental Justice Alliance / Blums Collins and Ho LLP, Sarah Erazo, Anel Marquez, and Gyro, apologies if I butcher the name, Carvajal, from Paris Neighbors in Action. For the Golden State Environmental Justice Alliance letter, which included the letter from the attorney, the original letter from the draft EIR comment period was included, and all those items were addressed in the final environmental impact report that was provided. For the City of Paris letter, it also includes the original letter from the draft EIR comment period. However, it also included a comment on Senate Bill 330, which is the no net loss for residential. City staff believes that this comment is incorrectly interpreting and applying that Senate bill to this project. This project does not include a rezoning or reduction in allowed residential uses, and therefore we do not think this comment applies to this project. Staff's recommendation is to adopt a resolution certifying the environmental impact report, adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and direct staff to file a notice of determination, and adopt a resolution approving plot plan number PLN 23-0040, generally located south of Ethonac, east of Evans, west of Barnett Road, and north of McLaughlin Road. And this concludes staff's presentation. We are available for questions along with the applicant and our environmental consultant, Kinley Horn.
Thank you, Associate Planner Brandon Clary. Does the Planning Commission have any questions for staff? Commissioner Haller?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are several comment letters received on this project, but I'm going to ask specific questions or a question about two that came in today. One was a letter from the, you put it up on the screen. The printing is small. The Golden State Environmental Justice Alliance, that's a follow-up to an earlier communication. They make a number of assertions of deficiencies in the environmental document, everything from land use and general plan conformance to greenhouse gas. Also, neighboring jurisdiction, City of Paris, asserts deficiencies in the environmental document, and that the comments in the final EIR don't adequately address those. And these both came in today. So my question, Madam City Attorney, is are you comfortable or confident that the final EIR is a legally adequate document?
Yes.
I love the succinct answer. That's it for right now.
Commissioner Knighton, Commissioner Ramirez? No? Commissioner Thomas?
No, but in our discussion section, I do have some.
Okay. Okay. So, okay. Cool.
Sorry, I was entertained by Mr. Commissioner Haller's reaction to the succinct answer. In terms of, so yes, the EIR is sufficient. I just wanted to confirm that it included cumulative impacts.
Yes, I'd like to say that first, the CEQA analysis was not only sufficient, but went above and beyond what was required in the initial study. As mentioned by Associate Planner Cleary, we determined that we didn't have to do an EIR, but out of abundance of caution and for concern for our community, we have done an EIR in conjunction with our the applicant. We analyze every item that is required under CEQA, including cumulative impacts, GSG impacts, and on top of that, as mentioned by Associate Planner Cleary, SB 330, the no net loss law, did not apply here. In fact, the 5% residential requirement in the Northern Gateway currently exists and in fact exceeds the 5% residential, so there is no net loss on residential here. We're very confident in the analysis done by staff, the applicant, as well as our consultant, and up to the City Planning Commission to determine the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so if there's no further questions, I will open the public hearing at 8:23 p.m. Madam Clerk, can you confirm that the item was legally noticed and if any correspondence has been received?
Yes, it was legally noticed and all the correspondence is in your folders.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to invite the applicant to the podium to speak.
IT, can we get the applicant presentation, please? Thank you.
Good evening, planning commissioners and city staff. Thank you for your time tonight. I'm just going to introduce myself and the company, and then I'm going to have Luke, our development manager, come up here and talk specifically about the project. My name is Tyler Banton. I'm the regional partner for Lovett Industrial. We are a national industrial developer, but we do operate locally. And what does that mean? We have local offices in each region that we develop. Myself and my team live here in Southern California, and we just focus on Southern California. And we operate in that way so we can focus on the local communities, understand what the local communities need, and be a good partner to where we develop. And that's what we're trying to do here in the city of Menifee. We bought this land about 3 years ago. As Brandon mentioned, this was a part of the EDC Northern Gateway, which was adopted in 2013. From the very beginning, we got engaged with city staff, some of which who are no longer here, but we've had the pleasure of working with those who have stepped in since. And we've taken into consideration of all the potential concerns that could come from a logistics project. We understand the contention of what logistics can seem to the community, but we're here developing a project that focuses on sustainability. It very much considers truck traffic in a way that we do not want it to affect your local community members here. And we want to do it in a way that it brings jobs and it keeps local businesses here in the city of Menifee. We've talked to several local companies, whether both in the city of Temecula or in the city of Menifee. It lacks industrial buildings of what we would call smaller to mid-size. And so these local businesses are having to look elsewhere outside of where their current labor is. And they've had this labor for 20 plus years in some situations. So this project here is one to bring to the city, keep the local community jobs, and further build economic growth here in the city. With that, I'm going to allow Luke to come up here and speak more about the project, but appreciate the time, and it's nice to meet some of you all.
Just one question for you. So on behalf of the applicant, do you accept the conditions of approval?
I do.
Thank you.
Yeah, and actually before I have Luke come up here, there is one note I want to make that was just recently discussed. A project of this size, we typically do an MND and not a full-blown EIR. And at the very early stages, it was very easy determination for us to do an EIR. And in that case, we wanted to make sure we studied every possible situation to make sure there's no impacts that the city or the code cannot handle. And so we took the conservative approach. We've also studied a project that is bigger than what we're likely to build because it includes mezzanine square footage. We do that just in case we have a local business owner who needs additional office space for his company. Most times that does not happen. So we actually are studying more than what we more than likely will build. The last point is we studied cumulative impacts, and when the cumulative impacts were decided on, or the cumulative projects were decided on, it consisted of several other projects in this corridor that are no longer in the process of going through approval. So by every consideration of what we've studied, it's ultra conservative. And we've done that for a reason, and city staff has been very cognizant of that as well. So with that, I'll bring Luke up so he can speak to the project.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening, planning commissioners. My name is Luke Sarmiento. I'm the development manager with the applicant. A lot of my thunder has been stolen already, so let me.
That was good. Yeah.
So here we have our project location. It was touched upon a little bit. Our project is bounded by Evans Road and Barnett Road, north of McLaughlin and south of Ethenac. While designing our site plan, we worked with city staff to put our design in place with good neighbor policies, and these are just policies to promote sustainability of the businesses that we're looking to put into our buildings, and while also protecting the general health, safety, and welfare of the public and the sensitive receptors nearby. So some of the things that we did do take into consideration of is truck traffic. Truck traffic will not be going further south than our project to McLaughlin. It will stop at our project site and loop back around up to Ethenac on Evans and Barnett Road. We did orientate our loading docks to face internally, so it is further protected and shielded by our buildings. We've done exceeding landscape minimum requirements. So we go about 13% minimum, with the city is 10%. So we go above and beyond. Decorative paving, screen walls, and berming landscaping to shield the cars from their parking lot to the street. Additionally, we have on-site signage that will be placed that will route the trucks from our project north to Ethonac to stay away from the sensitive receptors. Also have anti-idling signs to limit the idling to less than 3 minutes. And as it was mentioned, our project is in compliant with CEQA. Our project is cut across between 2 buildings. The first one, building 1, is 105,000 square feet, as previously mentioned, on 5.3 acres. It includes about 108 auto stalls. 6 of these are EV ready, and about 19 are EV capable for the future. Building 1 does not have any trailer stalls. We have 15 dock high loading doors, 2 grade levels, and has about 15.6% landscaping. Building 2 sits on about 13.5 acres, is about 292,000 square feet, has 244 parking stalls. 14 of these stalls are EV ready, and 36 will be EV capable in the future. Building 2 will also have 41 trailer stalls, 37 dock high doors, 2 grade level doors, a truck court depth of 185 feet, and just under 70,000 square feet of landscaping. Yes.
Can I ask him a question? Technical question?
Yes.
So, while I do not like storage facilities or warehouse like this, I am glad to see the smaller one. And my question is, it's 105,000 square foot. Say someone has a motorcycle engine building company, whatever. He starts off in one of these little places that's 10,000 square feet, and yeah, he needs a bigger place. Say he needs to go to him. What is the typical, what would it take for this smaller building? Because right now it's kind of it's a warehouse, basically. It's a mini warehouse. Could that person utilize that as a factory and convert it? Would there be much cost in converting it to that?
I don't have the specific answer, Tyler. I might defer that
I guess
to Tyler.
generally speaking, because he was saying, someone could jump up from a small suite to a bigger suite. Can these really function that way without significant investment?
Yeah, so usually these buildings are designed to be demised. And so what that means is you can split up the building and put a demising wall. And so we could have 2, 3, 4 tenants in the smaller building. But initially we kind of build it in a blank envelope and kind of design as we go based on the tenant demand. So a factory, I don't know if that would be allowed by code. We'd have to look into that.
Well, it could be not even a factory. It could be an assembly of baskets. I don't know, whatever it is, something that's to step up from a little small suite startup to the next step.
And this project is perfect for that. So this project is not going to be an Amazon facility. I mean, those guys operate in million-square-foot buildings, and those are high-intensity truck traffic. Usually when you have these types of buildings, they're smaller local businesses that are growing, and oftentimes some of these projects only have 3 to 5 trucks come in a day. And I know that might look daunting when you look at this project and see all the doors, you see 40 doors, you're thinking there's 40 trucks coming in and out every single 5 minutes, but that is never the case. We have a 300,000 square foot building in Chino, and the local operator that we're working with right now, they only have 3 trucks come in once a day. And so the point is this can cater to small, mid-size, or potentially a larger facility for a local company, and it's designed to be flexible to support the businesses.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Tyler. Just a little bit more on the landscaping. We will be planting about 300 trees throughout the site, including right-of-way. And I'd like to note that we will be planting trees at the corridor to the south of the project to further shield our buildings from the residents to the south. Brandon touched on this a little bit. We are putting a bunch of infrastructure improvements at our site and beyond our site, including half-width right-of-way on Barnett Road plus an additional 12 feet, half-width right-of-way on Evans Road plus an additional 12 feet, a dedication of land south of our project for a corridor, and interim improvements of 2 12-foot lanes and a 6-foot shoulder from our northern project boundary all the way to Ethonac, as well as a traffic signal that currently does not exist, along with fair share contribution improvements to Ethonac Road and the I-215 north and southbound ramps.
Just to be clear, you're constructing the traffic, you're installing the full traffic signal at Ethonac and, what is that? Not Barnett.
Ethonac and Evans?
Evans, you're installing it, or are you doing paying fair share?
We will be installing it.
Installing,
Yeah.
okay. And are you bearing the full burden, or are you getting reimbursed through combined other projects?
It depends. It depends on if we do ultimate improvements or interim improvements. And Chris, you may be able to speak a little bit better on that.
Sure, I can touch on that a little bit here. So for their project's LOS study, it doesn't actually warrant the signal here from LOS alone. However, with trucks coming in and making a southbound on left or westbound left on Ethonac, that obviously creates more of a safety hazard here, which is why we're requiring that signal at this location, regardless of the LOS side, because we do not want left turns for truck traffic across Ethonac Road. As far as I guess reimbursement for that signal, it will ultimately depend on whether or not the developer builds the signal in its ultimate location or if it's in an interim location. If they're building an interim signal just to accommodate the existing parameters out there, there would be no reimbursement associated with that. If they build the signal location, like the mast arms and the poles all in their ultimate location, they could potentially be eligible for RBBD credit for the future RBBD in the area.
If they do end up building it ultimate, that means you're gonna widen Ethonac to the 6 lanes now and do curb and gutter and all that at the signal site. Is that what you're saying?
Well, not necessarily. It would be more obtaining the right of way for that rather than the improvements itself, and then the installation of the poles at those locations. Okay. It wouldn't necessarily include all the curb gutter, sidewalk, and all that.
Okay.
I came across this slide and I thought it was pretty interesting, so I put it in here. This talks about the air quality within Inland Empire. And I think the main takeaway I want here is that there has been an increase of VMT, about 37% from 2000 to 2023. However, if you look at the chart to the right, there actually has been a decrease in exhaust PM emissions from trucks in the Inland Empire due to the implementation of new standards and regulations. So I thought that was pretty interesting, and I thought I'd share that. As part of our CEQA analysis, obviously we do environmental analysis, and I wanted to touch on greenhouse gases. And so the South Coast Air Quality Management District has adopted 10,000 metric tons of greenhouse gas per year as a threshold for industrial uses and 3,000 for residential. Menifee has taken it a step further and adopted 3,000 metric tons of greenhouse gases per year as the industrial development threshold. And our project, with the mitigation measures in place of prohibiting natural gas to the site, as well as having off-road equipment be zero emission, falls under that 3,000 threshold. And this is operational and construction. Additionally, we also did noise impact studies. The image here on the left is our operational noise levels, and the yellow dots are the study locations. And at no study location did our noise level exceed the threshold in place. Additionally, our construction noise levels were studied at worst case scenario, meaning all the equipment at the same time, and those noise thresholds were also not met at any study location. Additionally, off-site traffic noise levels did not exceed the normally acceptable noise standards at either Evans Road on from Ethanak to McLaughlin, as well as Barnett Road from Ethanak to McLaughlin. So we really try not to disturb any of the nearby residents. Community benefits. We will be paying impact fees in the tune of $4.2 million to go back into the community, to the school districts, police, fire departments, TUMF, transportation. And as Brandon mentioned and I mentioned a little bit, we are putting a lot of infrastructure and utility improvements for our project, and that is roughly about $9.5 million, so really investing back into the community. And we also are creating local job support. We have a project labor agreement in place with LIUNA, and we also support local business growth, as previously mentioned, and establishes a point of sale within the city of Menifee. And also Menifee is experiencing a very big population growth. And so being able to bring a development into the city and create more jobs is, I think, beneficial. And
Before you go on, can I ask you a question about, just jump back to the infrastructure you're putting in, such as water, sewer, all that. Are you bringing it down from Ethanak down? Are you bringing it from Ethanak down to your site, or is it already on the road? Sewer and water and all that.
We'll be going south to McLaughlin and then also bringing water from Ethanak.
So you're bringing water down from Ethanak.
Mm-hmm.
So you're putting all that in, bringing it down.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I just wasn't sure where the infrastructure was at this point.
And then also, I just wanted to touch on the trade and logistics wages. In 2022, the average wage for the trade and logistics industry cluster in Southern California is about $90,000 per year, which is 26% higher than the average annual wage of $71,000 reported all other industries in Southern California. In conclusion, I just want to say that it's been great working with city staff, and I think this development is a great example of collaboration between private developers like us and the city to build out the envisioned economic development corridor. And our project has been designed and planned in accordance with the good neighbor policies to ensure the general health, safety, and welfare of its community. Thank you.
Planning commissioners, do you have any other questions for the applicant or the applicant's team? Michael? Tammy?
Yes.
Which one do you want?
For our applicant, please. You're up. Hi, thank you for your presentation. I'm wondering if you explored other options than warehouses. We currently have warehouses on Cider Road, which are currently vacant. They were built in 2024. So I'm wondering, what was your rationale, with the warehouses here, given the vacancy?
I'm thinking Tyler wants to answer this.
Okay, thank you.
It was zoned that way.
Yeah, so good question. Look, when we looked at this land 3 years ago, before we purchased it, we spent a lot of time with the city staff. And it was made very clear from the very beginning that the intent of the EDC Northern Gateway was to provide industrial logistic warehouses. And so naturally, as a logistics developer, and having that confidence behind the city staff at the time, we thought this site was a great location, given its proximity to the infrastructure of the 215 freeway. This site does not require trucks to travel far at all. I mean, we're less than a quarter mile from the 215 on and off ramps. So naturally, this site makes the most sense if you're going to put a logistics warehouse anywhere in the city, to be next to the on and off ramps and not bother anyone with the least amount of impacts. Secondly, I don't know if we could have really done much more under the EDC Northern Gateway other than industrial, from what our conversations and the support we had from the city early on with this project.
I just have a concern because I've been seeing a trend, or according to some data that I've been reading on, let's see, what is it called? The Inland Empire Warehouse. that data is showing a softening in warehouse demand. So I'm wondering if that correlates with what you've seen.
Yeah, so as we all know, real estate is cyclical. But that said, the fundamentals behind warehousing is going to forever be here, especially in Southern California. We have the best port in America. We have the best infrastructure. We're the trading partner with Asia into the United States. And so warehouse demand will continue to grow. The other thing is, as Luke mentioned, I mean, it's very exciting to see how much the city of Menifee has grown. I mean, just from the last 5 years I've been spending time in the city, the amount of residential home development I've seen is incredible. Those individuals need groceries. They need goods at their Walgreens. They need, usually they like to buy things on e-commerce. And so I'm sure a lot of us don't like to have packages get delivered in 2 weeks from when we buy it. We all want it in the next few days. And so that's going to continue. We're seeing continued robust job growth in this market of logistics, and I think that's here to stay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's zoned exactly, you didn't have to do a zone change, you didn't have to do a general plan amendment, it was sitting there ready to be developed.
That's correct. It was existing before we bought it. It was providing no economic benefit to the city. There's no infrastructure, no roads, no jobs, no taxes, anything. And we didn't just buy this and say we want to put logistics here. We came in immediately and sat down with the city. Within a week of looking at the site, we scheduled a pre-application. We got very involved with Orlando, as well as several others at city staff before we made any intentions of developing this site. So it had everything that we'd want it as far as support and zoning.
Yeah, it's, okay. Any other questions for
Yeah.
Michael?
I don't like to use the word warehouse, just a big tilt-up.
Yes.
And these guys right here, they're familiar with that too. Are you set on logistics? Or say, you mentioned like some people down in Temecula looking to expand. Could you put an expansion for like Abbott Labs in there? Or are you strictly looking for logistics?
I think strictly for logistics, but the great thing about these buildings is sometimes you have manufacturers or groups like Abbott that need a building like we have, and they can put laboratories in there, they can put office.
So if the right guy comes and wants to lease this area, you're not restricting, hey, no, I want a bunch of trucks?
No, we need to keep it as designed for logistics. But to the extent it is allowed under the code and what it's approved for, we're very flexible in supporting local businesses.
But you said these buildings are too small for Amazon.
Correct.
Last mile?
Yes.
It's too small for last mile too?
Oh, no, sorry, I thought you were talking about Amazon last mile. No, this could be supportive of last mile.
And also AWS?
I can't speak to AWS.
I mean, it's a data center. I mean, it's a smaller data center, but.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we don't get the benefit of data center that much here in Southern California because of the cost of power.
The cost of electricity,
Yes.
exactly. But even if it is, nobody wants Amazon, yet we all order Amazon every single day.
Yes.
But even if it's a last mile facility, which I believe the closest facility is in Moreno Valley, or at least that's where my stuff comes from. It's not what I would consider truck traffic. My delivery guy says there's like 6 to 8 trucks coming in a day. And then all the electric cars are going everywhere. You guys have a last mile facility in Texas. Is that consistent with that, with the amount of trucks that are coming in there before the electric vehicles go door to door?
Yes, I maybe don't fully follow.
Like if it is a last mile, Amazon approaches you and wants to make it a last mile facility. Because you're familiar with your facility in Texas, right?
No, I'm
Oh, you're not?
I'm the regional partner here.
Oh, okay.
And so we operate as our own kind of businesses.
Then never mind.
Sorry.
And there was a comment about wages being, I don't know what the wages were just mentioned a few minutes ago.
Yes.
For Liona, which, all you guys for Liona? Those wages were for the Liona, for the construction, or for the actual employees that are gonna be in the building after it's complete?
The actual employees for the building.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, yes, sir.
I just wanted to ask you, so on the good neighbor policy that you mentioned on your slide, is that all warehouses, or is that your policy? Because I think I'm remembering that there was actually an agreement type of good neighbor policy.
There's an agreement in the city of Menifee that drives that. And so we followed that from the very beginning. Actually, it only limits us to 300 feet from residential from our dock door. We're well over 1,000 feet. So we exceed that policy by a lot.
Thank you. Chris? Okay, Michael.
South of Building 2, that future driveway.
Yep.
Is that enclosed on the property, or is that actually the existing frontage for the Southern California Edison easement?
That is not existing right now. That is on our property.
So it's enclosed behind gates?
No, it's currently just vacant land, and so there's nothing there.
Oh, I know there's nothing there.
Okay.
But that future driveway is gonna be on your property?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Ramirez.
Do you have a current list of people who are looking for that to occupy the space that hasn't been approved yet?
We actually do. We're in negotiations actually with a local group here right now, but for confidentiality reasons, under an agreement I've signed with them, I can't disclose that much more. But they are local to here, and all their labor is actually in the city of Menifee. And this is the only building that they have an opportunity to operate in. Otherwise, they have to move outside of the area and get new labor.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So if there are no more questions for the applicant, Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak, or would anyone in the audience like to make a comment?
I have 3 requests to speak. First, I have Al Sanchez, followed by Shukan Patel.
How you doing, council members? My name's Al Sanchez. I'm a member of LIUNA, Labor's International Union of Northern America. And we love developers and projects like this because it makes it possible for our apprentices to get their hours, and our apprentices are certified by the state. So when they get their hours on jobs like this that pay well, they turn into journeymen. So they're trained and skilled at the end. The whole time, they're able to get a pension, an annuity, and health and welfare for their whole family. Or for, I tell a joke, I say, you're single or you got 10 kids, it doesn't cost any more than you paid on your check. Money's very good. The pension is awesome. Makes it possible for us to live and buy homes here in California. And you guys know that's tough to do. The thing we're happy about is California is a state, you guys know, that jumps through hoops for everything. Everything's safety. Everything's, they care about us, you know. Sometimes people say left or right, whatever, but the bottom line is things are built right. They care about our health. And I think all this is good just for the economy, for our local members that live here. And we hope you approve this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Al.
Shukan Patel, followed by Evan McRae.
My name is Shakan Patel, and I am an attorney with the law firm of Alshire and Winder. Our firm serves as a city attorney for the city of Paris. Tonight, I am providing testimony on behalf of Paris with regard to the Northern Gateway Logistics Center project. As you may be aware, Paris and Menifee are currently engaged in what have been productive discussions in an effort to resolve various issues more globally, including traffic safety issues raised by this project. However, until a resolution of these issues is reached, Paris must continue to note its objection to these warehouses and logistics center projects proposed in Menifee. Today, Paris submitted a letter to this commission commenting on the project's compliance with state housing laws, specifically the Housing Crisis Act, as well as the adequacy of the analysis in the EIR prepared for this project. We again request that this letter be placed in the record of proceedings for this project. The following are some highlights from that letter. With regard to the Housing Crisis Act, the project is located within the Economic Development Corridor, Northern Gateway, where 5% of the land is intended to be preserved for residential development. Paris is concerned that Menifee continues to approve non-residential projects within the EDC and has not identified a process for ensuring the 5% dedicated for residential development is protected pursuant to Government Code Section 66300B1A as it pertains to no net loss. With regard to the environmental analysis in the EIR and the associated traffic technical study, Paris raises the following notable concerns which were not adequately addressed in the response to the comments in the final EIR. One, the traffic study does not consider the findings of the EDC-NG Master Circulation Plan traffic study for alternative truck routes and cumulative deficiencies. Two, the analysis methodology utilized for the Case Road, Barnett Road, at Ethanak Road offset intersections fails to fully analyze the unique characteristics of these offset intersections and ultimately understates how the project will contribute to the degradation of traffic safety at this location. Third, although the LOS and queuing is no longer considered under CEQA, it is ultimately required with respect to general plan consistency and Menifee's traffic study guidelines. Four, the traffic study and EIR limit the recommended roadway improvements to site-adjacent roadways only. The project shall contribute to all improvements identified in the EDC-NG Master Circulation Plan traffic study. Accordingly, Paris respectfully requests this commission continue its consideration of this project until all of the deficiencies in the analysis are adequately addressed or until a time after Paris and Menifee reach a global resolution of the traffic, circulation, and traffic safety issues. Thank you for your time.
Evan McCrae, followed by Michael M.
Somebody's notes? No? All right, I'll leave them up here. Good evening, commissioners. How you guys doing? Hopefully we get out of here pretty soon. It's been a little late of a day. My name is Evan McCrae, and I'm a proud member of LIUNA, Laborers International Union of North America, and Local 1184. I'm also a representative for them. I'm here on behalf of all of our members, almost 6,000 that live within the county of Riverside, many that live here within Menifee also. And we also want to offer our support for this project and for Love It. For good developers like this and good cities like you guys that also, I would say, value good quality construction and meaningful infrastructure improvements, this is the answer. As you heard him, it is all zoned here. Surprisingly, it meets all of your guys' demands and all of your guys' requirements. And we are very proud to be a part of this project, and we hope that it gets approved from you guys, and we hope for a long and fruitful relationship with you guys. Thank you very much.
Michael M. Michael M.
Good evening. It's been a long night. My name is Mike McGavran. I live on Evans, immediately south of McLaughlin. I'm probably the only one in the room who's likely to be affected by this project. But I'm not here to complain about the project. I just have one little question. Is the section of Evans, which is currently a dirt road all the way from McLaughlin to Ethanak, is the section from McLaughlin to the project going to be paved, or will it remain a dirt road? The reason for my question is if it's going to be paved, what will prevent the truckers from using McLaughlin and running along the residential areas there from using that road? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Darcy Kinsey, live here in the city of Menifee, longtime resident, OG city council member. I just want to commend the applicant. I think this is a really good project in the right location. I think they've made a lot of considerations and they went above and beyond studying it and doing a full EIR. I find it very offensive that the city of Paris is here complaining hypocritically about our warehouse projects. And so I'm really offended by that. I have a recommendation for the city. I think the city should approach LAFCO and look at making a request to de-annex the southern section along Ethanak Road and annex to the city of Menifee, because that way then we can control it. That would be my recommendation. Thank you. I support this project.
Thank you, Darcy.
Darcy, I think you should lead the way on that de-annexation.
Good.
I would love it.
I have no other requests to speak.
Okay, therefore we'll close the public hearing at 9 p.m. Planning commissioners, comments, discussion.
Go ahead, I have one, but
Commissioner.
whoever wants to go.
Commissioner Ramirez. Commissioner Holler, well, he looked at you. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Were you going to say something?
No, I was
okay.
waiting for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you respond to the one question about the lower section of Evans adjacent to McLaughlin?
Yes. Sure, I can provide some clarification on that. So Evans is to be improved from the southern project boundary to Ethanak. So it doesn't include all the way through to McLaughlin. That one, there's like a gap there between the southern boundary. There's an SCE parcel that goes south and then McLaughlin. That portion remains dirt for the time being, at least as part of this project. And that's all. Mm-hmm.
Why is that, Chris?
Their truck traffic is not going south on the site. The project impacts are all north on Evans towards Ethanak.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question about that, piggyback on there? The good side of that is it would dissuade trucks from going south. Is there any, we have had other projects that have completed that little southern section, either on the east side of the freeway or I think one on this side. Is there any benefit to the city to, even though it's not required in the traffic study, to request the developer to improve that little section? Is there any benefit the city would find?
Well, ultimately, with Evans being a collector roadway, the intent is for that crossing to eventually come into play. For purposes of this project, I don't see a particular benefit other than getting it done.
I'm not saying the benefit to the developer, but the benefit to the city, like as
yes.
in they could help as a goodwill gesture. Do you? If we can keep trucks off it by leaving it dirt, that's great, but is there another side to it, is what I'm saying? Should we look to ask them to contribute?
I wouldn't be opposed to that. I will say that they are already going beyond the LOS improvements with the improvements on Evans to the north of the site, and also with the traffic signal at Ethanak as well. Sure. So it could be it could be considered, but I would take that in consideration.
So how are we going to do that, Orlando?
I'm not saying we should. I was just analyzing whether,
Just ask, well, yeah.
yeah. But I mean, do you guys see the value of if it's dirt, it does keep the trucks from coming down into the senior section until someone, I mean, what's ultimately gonna pave that?
It would be likely either development that comes into the south that's already built out, or a CIP department project.
Okay, so theoretically.
I actually like the connectivity, so, I mean, I would be supportive of, you know, paving that section, although it doesn't have to occur right now. I don't know about a nexus for that, given the completed environmental document. So I have comments, but I don't have any other questions, so when we get to that point, then I can make my
Well,
comments.
maybe the applicant could see it as hard to do it. But that's about, we're not telling you you have to do it. Sure, go ahead. Commissioner.
I guess we're at that
Muller.
point. So I think projects like this frequently can be difficult to cite. They are a larger scale than what we often see. However, I think the location here is very good for this type of project. It is proximate to Interstate 215 and to a full interchange. It has Ethernet Road that comes off of that interchange, and you access both of the roads, Evans and what's the one closer? Barnett. Within a very short distance to the freeway, so I like that. It's flat. There's no residential areas that are immediately adjacent. They're actually quite a ways away. So in terms of the appropriateness of the site for this type of development, I think it is appropriate. And I like some of the site design features. That is, all the docks are turned interior to the project, so they're not visible from outside the project. So I like that as well. So I think at this point, I would be supportive of the project.
Okay, as you can tell, I have a little bit of some concerns, just because there's residents, a neighborhood near the area. From my research, I'm not sure if the market supports warehouses right now. I see that there's a softening in the market. I see that there's a decline in, well, there's an increase in vacancies in terms of warehouses, and that's just my concerns. So I just wanted to voice those.
Commissioner Knighton? Chris? My concerns were alleviated when, number one, the applicant went beyond and above by doing a full-blown EIR. No questions be had there. And then when our city attorney gave us a very, very confident also that the applicant went even further beyond. So yeah, I like this project. So, yes.
So, first of all, you know I'm no lover of warehouses. Short answer, I'm gonna vote yes, but I want a couple comments, and then I have a statement. What's that?
They're
The tilt-ups. The topography of this, I'll make this first general comment. Just because it's an allowed use doesn't mean it's great to have it here, right? It's on a permitted list. And I say that because what's the blessing of this project is the topography of this parcel has forced it to be two smaller entities, which is a good thing. So that's one reason I'm voting yes. And they can be used as a transition type of business. So the curve of the channel, all that, and the way it is, it made them do two smaller ones. I would rather see those kind of tilt-ups up here than the mega ones that we've looked at. Are we already, 4 others we've looked at in the past year up in this area, year or two? So that's my first comment. I appreciate them doing the inside thing, the inside facing doors like Ivan talked about. Having said that, so I'm gonna vote yes for it, but I'm gonna make this comment, and I make this publicly, and once again saying it to the council. We need to change the permitted uses in the EDC North Gateway. This is a perfect example. They bought this property 3 years ago. It took them 3 years to get to entitlement. The council needs to start now on changing the permitted uses in the EDC Northgate so that no more of these come in. We already have, what, 5 in this EDC North? This whole thing will be warehouses. That was not the intent of the design of the EDC Northgate. It was supposed to be a combination of various uses for job creation, local business. It was not warehousing and logistics. That was a piece of a permitted use. That was not the spirit nor intent of the EDC North Gateway. So I call on the council to take action. I've sent an email to one of them to not violate the Brown Act, council. But after this, I can email all of them because I'll have done my vote.
Yeah.
That council needs to take action to change the permitted uses in the Northern Gateway, or we will end up with nothing but warehouses, and we are almost there. If it takes years to accumulate these parcels, and if we wait too long and someone's invested millions, it's difficult to say no without getting a lawsuit. So I call on the council to say, change the uses in this area and remove the warehousing. We have been more than permissible on the logistics places in the Northern Gateway. So having said that, I'm grateful that this has 2 smaller units, and I will vote yes on this project.
Thank you, Commissioner Thomas.
Commissioner Thomas, I can I see where you're coming from, but if the council's gonna act, I would prefer to at least have it set back so that commercial could be fronting Ethernet. You're the commercial you want is on Ethernet, so the warehouse doesn't go all the way, sorry, tilt up. It doesn't go all the way to Ethernet, which this one does. Don't know what's happening with this one here. I'm looking at a map, sorry, folks. But we can have commercial stay at the Ethernet frontage, 5 acres deep or whatever it happens to be, and then the warehouse is behind it. That I can get behind you
We
with.
could talk about the design of it, yeah, that would be good.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. Any more questions? No way? Okay, so since there's no more questions, there's 2 resolutions for adoption. Okay, can I get a motion and a second to adopt the resolutions as presented by staff?
Is it coming up on your screen to motion in second?
No.
No? Let's do another verbal.
Okay.
Okay, can I get a motion in second for that, please? A motion?
Mine's not showing up, is yours?
So,
Just a verbal motion,
Verbal.
please.
Verbal, okay.
so
I'll move staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, and then for the vote, Commissioner Ramirez,
No.
Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
Vice Chair Holler,
Yes.
Chair Madrid,
yes.
and Commissioner Knighton.
Yes.
So that passed 4-0.
4-1.
4-1, I'm sorry.
We knew what you meant.
It's past their bedtime.
Congratulations, thank you for all your hard work. We look forward to your project. Thank you, sir.
Good night.
Okay. So that takes us to discussion item 10.1, fiscal year 25-26 and 26-27 capital improvement program general plan consistency findings. Thanks, see you, Darcy. This is, okay. This is item 10.1. Could the acting community development director please introduce this item?
Thank you. If you recall, this item comes before you every year as we are required to do a general plan consistency with the CIP. So our associate planner, Kimberly Luna, will do the presentation. I do want to make a comment, Commissioner Thomas, in reference to the first item as it relates to Antelope Road. Instead of perhaps doing a future agenda, it may be appropriate to, as part of this finding, maybe add language to for staff to bring forward to council the discussion in terms of possibly reprioritizing Antelope either in the next CIP cycle or as part of this cycle as well.
Good evening, Chairman, members of the Commission. The item before you is the general plan consistency determination with the capital improvement program. The capital improvement program, or CIP, is a big part of how the city improves the city's streets, facilities, parks, drainage. It's based off the city's mission, as you can see here, and is one of the main ways the city takes care of the community needs. The CIP program includes two key parts: the capital budget, which covers the upcoming fiscal years, and the long-range plan of 5 years that outlines the projected projects. Together, the two parts make the city's 5-year capital improvement program. Direction on which projects move forward is provided through City Council workshops. After receiving Council's recommendations, it is the Planning Commission's role to determine the CIP program is consistent with the general plan prior to CIP budget adoption. As shown here, the capital improvement plan for the next 5 years consists of 174 projects grouped by project type. The attachment to the staff report reflects the complete and most current list for the 5-year CIP plan. And here is a summary of the projects in each of the categories throughout the next 2 fiscal years, totaling to 29 projects with funding estimated at approximately $29 million. The attachment to the report highlighted in blue shows the projects planned for the next 2 fiscal years. And as required by the state, the city's capital improvement program must be consistent with the general plan. The general plan is the city's blueprint for the long-term growth and development, and overall it sets the goals and policies to guide Menifee as it grows and develops. It covers a wide range of topics, including land use, housing, transportation, safety, and more. The CIP program plays a key role in putting the general plan into action and ensuring consistency with the general plan, ensures that our public investments support the city's overall vision and serves the needs of the community. Staff has reviewed this proposed CIP projects for consistency with the general plan and has found the projects align with the key policies found in the circulation, community design, land use, economic development, open space and conservation, and the safety elements. Additionally, staff has reviewed the CIP program for compliance with CEQA and has determined that the 5-year CIP program is exempt from CEQA and is not a project per the CEQA guidelines as cited here. In conclusion, staff recommends that Planning Commission determine that the 2025 to 2030 CIP is not a project per section 15378 of the CEQA guidelines and is therefore exempt from the requirements of CEQA, and adopt a resolution finding that the projects included in the fiscal year 2025 to 2026 and fiscal year 2026 to 2027 CIP and corresponding budget are consistent with the city's adopted general plan. At this time, staff is prepared to answer questions.
We have any questions for staff?
So what were we talking about on how I need to reprioritize or recommend to council about?
You can make a recommendation in this to ask that the council reprioritize Antelope.
That's it. Mm-hmm. So what does that do? It goes this, we give a recommendation to council from this, and then they take action. And then what will it be, like a official line item in the resolution, or what would it be?
Yeah, we can add that into the resolution stating that, let me think about the language.
I mean, how does it logistically work to get to them?
But obviously, the CIP has to go back to council to get approved as part of the city's budget, right? So this is one of the steps that's required to go to council. So when the budget and the CIP go to council, a staff will include or add language in the staff report that, which we do every year, that the CIP consistency went to commission, and in that report, we will include that you had discussion about potentially maybe making some changes, and for council to consider those changes if appropriate.
Okay.
If you'd like, we can add a whereas in the resolution that the city planning commission discuss the importance of antelope and requesting that the city council reprioritize it. Or we can just add it as a direction from the planning commission that city staff raise this issue with the city council.
Whatever way is most effective, I would use the wording, and I can ask the members of the commission if you support this statement. We ask that the city council reprioritize the CIP to include analysis of earlier expansion of Antelope Road due to the cumulative traffic effects of recent projects.
I think the direction to staff to include that discussion when being brought to city council would be adequate and would be really appropriate.
Okay. Does the rest of the commission support that, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you do have a motion, it would be to adopt the resolution determining that the projects included in the CIP are in conformance with the adopted City of Menifee general plan, and directing staff, and that the planning commission directs staff to raise this issue with the city council and to reprioritize Antelope Road as part of the CIP.
I make that.
As an earlier part, yes.
Yes, as an earlier a priority, a higher
Earlier
priority in the
not later.
CIP.
Yeah, earlier, thank you. Yeah, I make that motion.
Second.
Okay, we'll do verbal. So Commissioner Thomas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Vice Chair Holler,
Yes.
Chair Madrid,
Yes.
Commissioner Knighton,
Yes.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Yes. Wait. Yes.
That passed unanimously, 5-0.
All right. Okay, let's see where we're at. Okay, so we're going to go over now to item 10.2. Planning Commission Workshop, Menifee Innovation District Specific Plan, Draft Preferred Land Use Plan. This is item 10.2. Could the Acting Community Development Director please introduce this item?
Thank you, Chair and Commission, and we're almost there. Promise to get you out fairly quick. I know I said that 2 hours ago.
He's gotta go to
Wanted
bed.
to come back and have a discussion item. As you know, there's been a lot of progress with the Menifee Innovation District Specific Plan, and we wanted to give you an update where we are and to show you the latest and greatest as to what has come out of the land use workshop last time, and maybe get some of your feedback. This will go to council as well as a discussion item, and if everything looks good, we will basically let the our consultant loose to start drafting not only the SP but also the draft EIR as well. So with that brief discussion, I will introduce our principal planner in charge of the project, Doug Darnell, to give you the presentation.
Hey, Doug.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez, and good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. I'm pleased to present this item to you on Menifee Innovation District Preferred Land Use Plan discussion item this evening. So I'll first start off with just an overview of the Innovation District Specific Plan. It's located at the city's southern gateway along the I-215 and was initiated as an economic development effort to diversify the city's local economy and address job creation in the region. Here we have the vision statement that has been drafted for the plan. We envision it as a vibrant innovation hub with high-tech businesses, mixed-use options, modern architecture, innovative infrastructure, high-quality amenities. It'll be dynamic with creating high-paying jobs and a range of entrepreneurial opportunities. Just wanted to start with that. Give a little background. We've had a number of public outreach efforts over the last year. We had community two community workshops so far. Workshop 1 in June of 2024, and then second workshop most recently March 24th of this year. We've had a joint PC Planning Commission City Council workshop to develop the vision statement. That was in December, and then a design shred, which was in January of this year. Pardon me for the missing date on that one. From the most recent March 24th community workshop, the consultant presented 3 land use alternatives at that workshop, and there was a lot of interactive input on the alternatives, which kind of had a different each had its own unique focus. There was the cohere, the nodal social spine, which you see here. Based on the interactive input, we had live polling and other forms of comment on the alternatives. And what came out of that was participants expressed a desire for walkable spaces, shaded, expanded green spaces. They wanted to be safe and family-friendly with recreation and community connections. Some concerns with density and intensity of the alternatives. There was a desire for retail, housing and dining options, need for recreational, cultural, and social activities, also a distinct identity, public gathering, complete streets, and entertainment. So with that, our consultant has developed a concept that tries that essentially incorporates all of the best elements of the alternatives that were previously discussed and also reflect the community input received. This plan here is a conceptual development plan. It illustrates the possibilities of how the Menifee Innovation District could develop in the future with research and development campuses, corporate offices and headquarters, med tech manufacturing, located in the eastern portion, between Ziders and the I-215. Just kind of shows the example of the buildings and how the sites could develop with that. It transitions to less intense mix of residential, office, and innovation tech campus, co-working and maker spaces, along with some commercial uses west of Ziders, and then the area that you see further west of Howard Way would be primarily residential neighborhood with a variety of multifamily housing types, green spaces, and neighborhood serving retail. So based on the vision statement and input at the workshop, this is a draft land use plan, which divides the plan area into 4 distinct sub-districts. And you can see the core, Crossroads, the Grove, and the Commons, as shown here in the different colors. Each district has its own unique character, land use focus, mix of uses, density, intensity that work together in a synergistic fashion to achieve the vision for the entire district, and as its own community in the city. So here are some preliminary development standards that, preliminary development standards, first starting with the mix of uses for these different districts. And so you see the first one, the Commons, Subdistrict 1. Essentially, it's a transition area from the rural residential to the west. It's would consist of walkable neighborhoods with commercial along Howard. Looking at townhomes, stacked flats, garden apartments, and so forth, as shown here. The Crossroads, a blend of higher density residential, commercial, and office. So you see the types of uses envisioned for that area, more mixed use, residential, office, and commercial, and so forth. Then the core, Subdistrict 3, that's going to be the most intense area. That's east of Ziders and closer to the I-215. It's the economic heart anchored by medtech campuses, research and development, life science, corporate offices and headquarters, and so forth. And then the Grove, Subdistrict 4, it bridges community innovation, agricultural legacy. So that's that would have multifamily, mixed-use residential, office, commercial with an agricultural focus. The initial development standards we're looking at and framework for each sub-district is shown here. These are densities and intensities of development that go beyond the typical suburban densities that currently exist in Menifee. Maximum lot coverage for all sub-districts range between 55 and 60%. Non-residential floor area ratios of 3 to 6%. Maximum building heights range from 50 to 150 feet, depending on the district. The 150 feet, of course, is for the core, the sub-district adjacent to the I-215. And then densities ranging, maximum densities ranging from 30 to 80 units, depending on the district. And then finally, the open space requirements are substantial and be required 20 to 30%, depending on the sub-district.
Can we go back to that? I had a quick question. So, no, that chart of the.
Sorry.
There you go. So where you say the residential density min-max that means in District 1, there must be an 8% minimum residential usage?
Yeah, that would be the range. Mm-hmm. 8 per acre to 30.
And what?
Numbers per acre. Can I ask for a clarification? So this, when I read this residential density, this looks like, for example, in the Grove, it's 30 to 80 dwelling units per acre.
Yes.
That's not a percentage. That's 8. So
Right.
80 dwelling units per acre. If you build that on a podium, you're
Yeah.
talking about 10 stories tall.
Exactly.
Correct. It's a density range, correct.
So, I have two concerns with this. Number one, did you throw in that, or did the consultant throw in that much residential due to the comments from people, or Because I didn't envision this district as so much residential. I thought it was gonna be more, innovation, medical, tech,
Sure.
light industrial, assembly, whatever. And it seems like it's turned into a residential area. Did anyone get that feel too?
Yes.
I mean, maybe I'm misreading. I'm not sure that this is going in the right direction. Do you agree?
I do. Were you done with your presentation, or are there
No.
more slides?
I'm sorry, I know you're just the delivery agent here, but we can red flag this, so go ahead.
Yeah, I would say, you know, in the discussions we've had with the consultant and input we've had so far, I mean, yeah, the main focus is the employment, is the economic development driver of this, but the residential is a very important element of this to really make this a place where the people that we have people that actually live there, that can work there, and
Is
you
the
know,
consultant seeing this?
provide more of a community, which includes the greater mix of use, to support that employment center.
Is that similar to like a Hershey's idea of, I don't know if you're familiar.
I like chocolate.
We are eating candy, yes. Hershey's, where he created homes near where they manufactured the chocolate, so that way workers could go directly to.
Right.
Is
Yeah,
that the
and-
concept?
And we want it to be, I mean, we want it to be walkable, we want it to be a place where people can be, and not just only places where people can, a place where people can work, and then they're only there from, you know, for 8 hours a day, only on the weekdays, and then it's like deserted all the rest of the time. That's, you know, that's not the idea here.
If Commissioner Thomas, if I can add a couple comments, because I just want to make it clear that that sub-district, it's not a residential-only sub-district. Basically, what it says that if a residential component is going to be introduced, it would have to be at this density, so it doesn't spread out and take a big area of the sub-district, correct? So it could also go that the entire thing, it's all manufacturing or high-tech or whatever the case may be, right? But it does allow for the flexibility of introducing residential, but it would be at those densities. It's not intended to be 100% residential, because obviously that's not the intent of the innovation district.
So I could see, and now remembering some of the pictures that were shown, you know, of how these places have been developed in other locations, how the residential is part of the draw for the rest of it. But there would have to be bumper guards on this, that, I don't know how you word it, but that would prevent all the residential to come in, and then there's not much commercial, retail, or whatever else, and then they come in for a GP amendment, or a specific plan amendment.
Right.
I see that happening. They've already tried it in our EDC, and we fought it like 3 times. So however that needs to be worded, I would just add that caution here, because that's what the residential developers are gonna do. They're gonna run in here and try and build these 5, 10-story buildings and be happy as clams. But there has to be some kind of mix that if you're gonna do that, you gotta put in so many square foot of industrial.
Right.
Something to that effect.
Right, and I mean, there is a lot of residential anticipated in this, a lot of units, but it's definitely more vertical and less land area for the residential, and more land area for the economic component.
But there has to be
and
some.
the innovation tech industries.
There has to be some legal linkage. If you're gonna build that 5-story on a small footprint, you have to put in so much tech building or something. There has to be that requirement, or we'll get screwed in the end.
Okay.
I've already seen it, tried it here, so.
That's a great comment.
Sorry to stop your presentation.
Okay.
Sorry about
Right.
that. If you,
Keep
if you
going.
could complete, because I have a bunch of comments, just like Commissioner Thomas. So, yeah.
Thank you. I'll continue. So with that, here, following on what we were just discussing, I mean, this is the build out we're looking at with that development standard framework for that area. So 2,500 dwelling units, population of 5,500 non-residential building square feet. So that's all your employment, over 5 million square feet. So that really is the focus of this. The residential is an important part, but it's really a small part compared to the economic. And then you have 6,200 employees, 115 acres of open space recreation. So with that, I'll try and move this along as quickly as I can. You already saw the development plan concept. This is the same concept, except that we have a number of concepts that focus on particular areas of focus within the conceptual development plan. And so I'm just going to cover some of the highlights. This first one is economic development. We also have one for place making features, mobility and connectivity, open space, and then also a healthy community concept. So for this first one, the economic development concept, this illustrates a number of different things. First, with the core district, that's an innovation campus, where in the northeast portion, innovation campus northeast office and lab spaces up to 1.2 million square feet. This is the area south of Scott Road between Bailey Park and the I-215, where you see that cluster of taller buildings there. Then also in the core district in the southern area, southeast, southern area north of Keller Road is also envisioned for innovation campus with 950,000 square feet of office and research development, which would include maker spaces, startup office spaces. In this area, restaurants and retail would be located along Ziders Road. It's kind of a darker orange area highlighted there. And then the areas that are sort of like a lighter peach color, those are the areas that have had recent development or just recently approved for development. So the plan doesn't want to just ignore those areas. It considers those areas as, remaining the way they are developed as of now, but providing opportunity for future adaptive reuse of the business park warehouse space for more innovative related uses in the future. The Crossroads District that you see towards Scott Road, west of Ziders, that's going to have 650,000 square feet of innovation campus, office and lab spaces, maker spaces, startup spaces, along with retail, restaurants, retail, and community gathering spaces. Then the Grove, which is to the south, west of Ziders, that kind of focuses on agricultural innovation, the farm community space and gardens, maker spaces with startup office spaces. And then throughout the plan, there's sidewalk level restaurants and retail to serve the people that work there and also live there, along with public plazas. So I'll move on to the next slide, and this will be a little quicker. So this is the placemaking concept. It includes elements such as an innovation plaza and labs showcase, as well as other plazas, neighborhood gardens, a community market and food hall, STEAM school with community space, a container village, artist sculpture park with stage and pop-up shops, Discovery Science Center, and other features like that, which include neighborhood central greenway and neighborhood gardens and commons in the residential area. These are kind of well, like a shipping container. You actually, there's one near what is it in Las? The one example I think of is there's a commercial center in Las Vegas. It's near the Fremont Street district, and these, if designed right, they're pretty cool, and right. Mm-hmm. And they have all kinds of, shops and restaurants and places to gather. So the mobility and connectivity concept, it reflects the importance of providing connections for all modes of transportation throughout the plan, including bike, pedestrian, and transit. Mobility features include emphasizing Ziders Road as a main spine through the district. Zider is envisioned to prioritize pedestrians with parallel parking, bikeway and enhanced sidewalks and crosswalks, pedestrian bulb outs at intersections, and other traffic calming techniques. The plan would explore roundabouts, mid-block crossings for traffic calming and speed reduction. And then it also integrates new east-west and north-south connector streets, bicycle paths, and multi-use paths within each district throughout. The open space concept here emphasizes community comments on the need for shaded spaces and expanded green spaces by incorporating extensive open space features, including active and passive community parks, regenerative natural open space and community greenways around existing natural drainage features throughout. There'll be a townhouse common greens, neighborhood pocket parks in the Commons District, a biophilia plaza and artist sculpture park in the Core District. And then last concept, healthy community concept. So it highlights a number of different things, community farm, agricultural innovation, vertical farming, greenhouse. The Core District features a pollinator park near the I-215 in the southern part of the Core District, a landscaped air and noise pollution buffer. It features, Crossroads District features a community market and food hall that can offer produce and other food from local farms. So a lot of really interesting, cool ideas here. Also a STEAM school, Discovery Science Center, and Agricultural Innovation Seed Lab in the Crossroads District. So, these healthy community features, they align with and complement innovation, technology, and research and development goals of the plan by supporting sustainable development, health and innovation, within industries such as medical tech or vertical agriculture, which could also, definitely serve as an important economic component of the plan. So, following this workshop discussion tonight, staff will present the plan to City Council on June 18th for council workshop discussion at that time. We'll incorporate recommendations of the commission provided this evening in our presentation to the council. Then following the June 18th workshop, we will prepare this draft specific plan, begin the EIR process, preparing the EIR, which would come back to the commission and council towards the end of this year. So with that, staff recommends the Planning Commission conduct this workshop to review, discuss, and provide input on the draft land use plan. And we are prepared to answer any questions from the commission.
Thank you, Principal Planner Doug Darnell. Well, there's a lot. We can be here till 12 if you want.
Can I make an overarching comment and then I'll turn it over to you? Is that okay?
Yeah, please.
So, this is a little different than what I was expecting. When I think of an innovation district, and you're wanting to attract high-tech uses or more sophisticated manufacturing uses or biogen sort of uses, I think of areas like Poway that have a lot of defense contractors that build super secret stuff that's all in enclosed buildings, but it's all very high-tech stuff. Or we go across the way to Torrey Pines and we get a lot of, pharma and other biomedical sort of uses. I don't see anything like this. And I apologize if I'm coming across too harsh. I don't mean to be, but this seems like this is an everything to everyone plan. If somebody said something, it's in the plan. The only thing I don't see in here is maybe like auto dismantling. So, but everything else appears to be, I don't see how you can have a plan that works to do that. And it's got extensive residential component. I mean, I'm not even sure how we get through this evening. So I'll turn it over to my colleagues, but I think this merits a lot of discussion. And if we're really focusing on an innovation or innovation districts as opposed to what almost looks like you're creating a new town center or an attempt to create a new town center. So I'll start with that and then I'll turn it over.
Commissioner Knighton.
I have a feeling my email is going to blow up in the next 24 hours. If this was presented as is right now at a public hearing item, I would deny the whole thing. And I didn't prepare how to speak on this one, but I want to say something. Our mayor, for the past 5 years or so, he's been pushing a unique identity. And every time he mentions it, a council meeting, I'm sitting right back over there. And I'm sitting next to Ed Samuelson, and I said, our unique identity is community. And that is what I've said that for 5 years. And all 5 of us, we're all different. We got nothing in common except for sitting in these chairs. We're 5 different fingers. I heard that one earlier today. But when we went to Santa Rosa, we came back not as people who live in Menifee, not as planning commissioners. We came back as family. And I truly believe that. And nothing about this screams family. This screams just, If we had an NFL stadium in Menifee, I could see something like this surrounding it. But I can't see this in Menifee as it is right now. I'm not saying it's a good idea or a bad idea, but I would rather than coming up with a new specific plan, I think we should, you know, we have former council members. We had Darcy here today. I don't remember how far back in history we had, but they created the economic development corridors, and for a specific reason, and to just pick that up and throw it in the trash. And planning commissioners were involved in all that too. I think it's just, in lack of a better term, I think it's just a crappy idea to treat the people who sat in these chairs before us, to just throw away all their hard work and try to reinvent the wheel. And I can't support this at this time the way it's written out. So that's all I got to say.
No offense, Doug. You're doing a good job here, Orlando. I don't see this. How much refining is the way you said this would go to the EIR with all this innovation, with all this? This is something. We're throwing. This is a lot of money. This budget to create this, and it's like the bullet train to San Francisco. We're going to keep the longer we have it, the more it's going to cost. Probably won't be built in my lifetime. And I concur with Michael. I don't see it.
Can I make a comment on that?
Yeah.
So I didn't mean to become negative ninny when I said the housing thing, okay? So I didn't mean to squash this. I hope I didn't bring that feeling to the commission. I'll say this, in sitting in, I think all of us were in on those meetings. Didn't we all put input in? Did you guys all go to those?
Yeah. I went to the one in June.
Okay, everyone went to one. The purpose of this is, let me ask this one question. We have this map, right, you just showed us. Those aren't, the core doesn't have to be the core. That's just an idea, right? So if someone comes in the core and they want to put in a medical building, they can still do it. Or does that map?
Right.
The map does not say it has to be that. Those are just ideas, right?
Yeah, that development concept and all of those focus concepts that go with that, those are ideas that are out there, that these are possibilities of what this can become.
So I think that may.
It doesn't have to be.
So I think that may
everything
temper
that's in
your
that.
comments on, if we looked at this map and said, and that's why we're having a bit of a knee-jerk reaction here. It doesn't look like that, but if those are just possibilities, I could see having a vision, right, of not stifling what could go in here. So I think we need to be careful in looking at the map, if that's not gonna define what goes everywhere. Those are just possibilities. So Ivan, is there any uses in that map that you say, I don't really want that there?
Well, I don't know that it's some of that. I guess my question is, what is this? What is this district? Is it innovation like I'm thinking of down in Torrey Pines? Because that's not what I see. That's not a walkable area. Right. It doesn't have the commercial and the entertainment. Now I can see maybe having a community location that has an entertainment venue or something, but the commercial and the focus on walkability, I don't typically associate that with an innovation district. And the mix of residential, you're talking about a 10-story building in one of those. Are you surface parking that? I would assume not. So that's a really tall, we don't have anything like that. And we're gonna introduce that, or could introduce that here. I think we need to go back and maybe discuss that some more. If I could make a suggestion, I want this to be successful and to create a unique identity for Menifee on the way in on the southern corridor. I don't think we can adequately do that this evening unless we've already heard 3 other items. I know it messes up the schedule.
Right.
can we bring this back
Yeah, as its own item.
and
yeah.
maybe have it as the first item while we're still kind of fresh?
Yeah.
And we will have seen it, right? We will have heard it, and we can come back and not make such maybe knee-jerk comments. I'll own that, not the others. I'm not speaking for the others, but because I do want this to succeed. And I know that what you've been tasked with is difficult. When you've been given all of these things, this list of, this program is ridiculously large, I think. I don't see how you can succeed in that. But I think maybe we can whittle that down a little bit and come up with something that works better. Is that maybe a reasonable way to proceed?
Commissioner Holler, thank you for your comments. I think that's very appropriate. Obviously, we didn't anticipate tonight to go as long as it did. Obviously, as you know, this is a very important project for the city. And when we talk about innovation, obviously we talk about something that obviously we're not going to see in 1 year, 5 years. It may take 10 or more years to someone to plant the seed and eventually start something that in 20 years from now, when I say, we never thought this was going to happen in Menifee, right? So I think I like your idea. I think I want to have the opportunity to come back and show, and maybe show it a little bit different. And if we have to, bring the consultant to further discuss and explain, we'll do that at maybe at a little different format where we have more dialogue and more time to discuss. I do want to state that obviously this is going to be different. We're not used to this type of development, and what I mean by that is just even the high tech and talking about 5-6-story buildings of office. That's different, and that can be scary, but that's also an opportunity to do something unique and something that it's not offered anywhere else. And we also want to tap into that, right? So I think we need to think big. I get your point in terms of the residential, because I see it the way you're talking about it, and definitely that's not the way it's envisioned. So I think part of it is maybe the way we show the information, maybe we need to scale back and show it a little bit different. So we'll go back, we'll regroup, we'll come back at a future meeting, because obviously I don't want to continue to push this and have the wrong idea as to what this is. I want to make sure that we're all on the same page, not only staff, but planning commission and council. So once we give the consultant the go, it's a concept that we all buy into it, and we are ready to support and defend at the end of the day. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Orlando, since this is a workshop, would it be better to have a designated day that we just have a workshop meeting and no other agenda items?
Let us look at the future planning commission meetings, because we may have a light meeting, or we may not even have items that we can just bring it back at a regular schedule meeting. So again, the schedule, obviously, we're not in a huge hurry to do this. We're in a hurry to get it right. Yeah. So so we will come back whenever we have to, and if it takes us a month to come back, we'll do that. And again, I don't want to push anything that we're not comfortable moving forward, or at least making proper comments or direction to council. And again, we want to make sure the right information is presented to you.
Okay, so to be determined.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Can I make one other comment? Is perhaps it was just seeing the map that was laid out that was a bit of a shocker, right? I think there's two camps, and when I was in these meetings, there's two camps. There's the whole planner that wants the walkable city thing, and then you've got the other ones that want, businesses and tech buildings. I'm not sure everyone's online with a walkable thing. I'm not even sure I am. But maybe it can be presented in a different way.
Yep.
So,
bicycles, no cars.
I just want to say I really
No urban living.
appreciate you pivoting, because we are all tired and we're experiencing culture shock right now. So thank you.
Smart city. All right, guys, so can we move on then? Okay. So, we already went through all the questions. This is a receive and file. No action is required and no action is made. So to be determined at a later date. Okay? My favorite part, acting community development director. Do you have any updates or comments?
I do have some comments. Earlier, at the end of the warehouse item, Commissioner Thomas, you made some comments in regards to the EDC uses and the division and what was originally intended for that area. I want to let you know that City Council did have a future agenda item to specifically discuss that.
Okay.
Okay, so, and we're also doing a discussion item with council regarding AB 98. AB 98, that's the assembly bill that puts restrictions on warehouses, at least on locations to where they can be placed, and there's certain criteria and requirements and limitations. So we're bringing those two items actually later this month to council.
To council.
And we're gonna report back to commission exactly what that discussion was. And so that information is coming, and we may even actually have maybe a smaller presentation of the same items that we presented to council, so you get that information as well.
Wonderful.
And we'll report back what the recommendation from council was as well. So wanted to inform the commission
Wonderful. Thank you.
that's coming, and we heard that before, and I think that's why council initiated those type of future agenda items.
Thank you.
Thanks, Orlando. Okay, does planning commissioner have anything to report on committee activities?
I got two items. That's all I got. On the 26th of April, I attended Menifee Better Together briefly. Couldn't do the whole day. And on May 1st, I attended the National Day of Prayer right out here in the parking lot.
All right.
And that's it.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, would planning commission like to request any future agenda items? We had one, didn't we? We discussed earlier.
It was about the EDC thing, and we handled that through the comments. That was it.
That was
So
it?
Instead of agendizing it, it's already going there, so.
Okay. So, at that, I adjourn this meeting, and you're free to go, Ivan. And I'm free to go to the bathroom.